Dobro jutro.
Good morning. I hope we've managed to rest and are ready for new knowledge, new challenges. I see now that we are ready for the second day of the symposium with the title The Many Faces of Well-Being, Recovery, Prevention and Improvement of Health. We have a lot of interesting lectures awaiting us and concerning our physical and mental health. Before we begin, still some information. In the hall, you can measure your body parameters and on the basis of statistics get a report. More about this device will be presented in one of the lectures, and those staying with us until the very end will be able to win a prize. And we'll try to be as interesting as possible so you won't be sorry you're here. Those of you who want to get points for training in the area of education you get this certificate at the registration counter. And if we listened yesterday about strengthening and improving health, the discussion today will be around medical intervention. What are the challenges of rehabilitation and what to do in order to bring the person back to working life. So I would like to ask the first speaker, Dr. Robert Scales, director of our rehabilitational department of the Minnesota Clinic. He will speak about rehabilitation after the cardiovascular surgery.
Welcome to day 2 of the 8th International Healthy Lifestyle Symposium, and you have a treat in store for you today. We have lots of expert speakers from the world of medicine and corporate wellness to continue the conversation about the many faces of wellness, from prevention to recovery and improvement. So my name is Robert Scales. I'm Director for Cardiac Rehabilitation and Wellness at the Mayo Clinic in Arizona. And in this first presentation, I'm going to be talking about a quality improvement project that I've been leading in the cardiology department in Arizona, where we have remodeled a patient examination room for the purpose of demonstrating the clinical application of technology to improve the patient experience within a physical medicine and rehabilitation clinic. And I'm hoping that you'll gain some insight to maybe some ideas that you might consider for your future practice, whether it be in the medical setting or the corporate setting. In January 2019, the Mayo Clinic appointed Gianrico Farrugia as the new president and CEO of the Mayo Clinic. And when he was asked about his vision for the future of Mayo Clinic, he made this statement: we need to deliberately reinstill joy into our everyday work and into the patient experience. So the take-home message for me was happy clinicians can lead to improved patient experience and patient care. Now, the Mayo Clinic has a decent record when it comes to patient care. US News and Reports for 2018-2019 ranked Mayo Clinic Rochester as the #1 best hospital in the United States. Now, if you scroll down a little bit further there, you'll see Mayo Clinic Arizona, or Phoenix, as it's indicated there, is number 11. And this is quite a significant achievement in itself, considering it's a much smaller hospital and doesn't have the extensive resources here. And perhaps with this in mind, Dr. Farrugia also announced that the Mayo Clinic has decided to invest $650 million to the expansion of the hospital at the Mayo campus. And here we see that over the next 5 years, which is not that long a time frame, we're going to double the size of the clinic and the hospital. Just do that again there. You can see that. Here we are now. Here's where we're going to be fairly shortly. And they've already started the construction of the new facilities. And this is going to have an impact on physical medicine and rehabilitation with expansion of the pulmonary rehabilitation and the pain clinic. So the purpose of today's presentation is to demonstrate the clinical application of innovation and technology to physical medicine and rehabilitation. And I'm going to talk about 4 examples of technology: touchscreen display monitors being used to interact with patients. And to me, this makes a lot of common sense, because we all have iPhones and we touch the screens, but it's not really common practice when you interact with patients, and certainly in the settings I've worked with. The second technology is video recording analysis and the capability to send electronic videos and images of patients to the electronic medical record. The third technology is movement sensor technology that quantifies objective metrics about movement and performance. And the fourth is a connected health mobile device application that enables clinicians to monitor patients and prescribe exercise to them in their home remotely. Now, as we integrate these technologies, I think it's important not to lose sight that we need to communicate effectively with our patients. And I've selected a distinct and respectful and compassionate method of communication that I would like to talk about today within the physical medicine and rehab setting, called motivational interviewing. And it was originally developed for the treatment of substance abuse and addictions, but is now being applied to rehabilitation and is gaining attention from healthcare professionals from all over the world. So this is the room that we're going to focus in on. It was an eye surgery operating room. They vacated that to move to another location within the hospital, and cardiology took it over. So we started over a 4-month period to, do some construction work. Slowly but surely, start to change its look, and we ended up with this. Now, at first glance, it might look like a nice, clean patient exam room, but a lot of thought went into the design of this room. Psychologically informed decisions were made about the remodel, including the lighting, the quality of the floor, the color of the floor, the furniture design, and also the innovation of the technologies that we're going to be talking about today. I'd like to give you a quick tour of the rehabilitation clinic. So the gymnasium where patients exercise was actually the recovery area after their eye surgeries. So while we're accessing that, I'd just like to acknowledge the media department, Pete Pelagi in photography, and we have Josh Meister in media technology, and Joe Patnod in film editing. So this is one of these 3D imaging tours that you might have seen, where you can walk into a space and see what it looks like as though you're actually there. You can actually swivel around and have a look around as though you're actually in there. And in our gymnasium, because it's a cardiology-based gymnasium, it has a lot of cardiovascular machines. We actually have 24 pieces in there, 10 different types of cardio machines, 2 of which you're standing upright. The rest are what we call seated or recumbent. Very good low-impact machines for people in rehabilitation, and also allows you to train efficiently with lower heart rates and blood pressures. In the central area, we have a raised flooring where staff can look down and monitor patients with electrocardiogram imaging here. Looking over here, you've got some of the equipment. physician office exam area is close by. Again, some nice artwork around. Moving down into our weight training machines, all the way down to a nice little area here for some resistance training and stretching. We've got our crash cart here, looking back at our gymnasium. So you got another view of there. I'm going to take you out into the hallway where there were 3 operating rooms. I'm going to go into the one that we remodeled here. And we're there. So if we come over to the desk, first of all, we've designed it with a pear shape, no curves, no barriers to patients, comfortable area, bariatric chair for folks who may be a little larger in size. We thought that was important. The floor coloring is designed to bring some positivity into the room rather than dark colors. If we look at the wall here, you have a big screen. It's a touch screen, so you can interact with patients. Over in the corner here, we have a remote control camera that can record patients who are moving and doing assessments in the gymnasium. And if we swivel all the way around here, we have an area, an exercise station where you have the iPads on the wall that can move around, and we can talk about connected care applications. So you can put these links, these media links, onto your websites, your intranet, if you're trying to promote your facility, or you're trying to reach out to clinicians to refer to your facility. It's nice that patients and clinicians can actually have a little tour of the facility and see what it looks like. If we could advance out of that and go into the next slide, that would be great. Can you do that from there? Thank you. So the other thing I'm going to do today is I'm going to show you a series of video demonstrations that we recorded with a standardized patient. It's actually myself interviewing a patient, trying to show you the application of the motivational interviewing and also the technologies. I found it useful. You can tell people what it is, but if you can show someone, give them a good example, hopefully they get a sense of what it's all about. So what is this really motivational interviewing? Well, the originators of the approach say it's a productive conversation about a treatment plan or behavior change to make it more likely that change will occur. Now, if you can be productive with somebody, that means you can also be destructive. You can actually get in the way of change. So the originators of the approach have identified that if we're too direct with advice giving and persuasive tactics, that might not resonate well with someone who's ambivalent about changing their behavior. And motivational interviewing has been shown to be a respectful way to talk to somebody who's maybe feeling two ways about the plan that's going to be prescribed for them. And motivational interviewing uses an alternative method of communication that tries to arrange the conversation so that the patients are making the arguments for change. And they do that by asking good open-ended questions to get the patient to talk about changing and adopting the helpful treatment plan. And then through good, skillful communication, the clinician is letting the person hear their own motivation to change through the words that they say. And according to the originators of the approach, people tend to believe what they hear themselves say. So if we can arrange that conversation, that's a good thing. So let's look at a quick demonstration, and the task for you is to watch the clinician to see any specific skills that they're using in their communication as they try to talk to this patient who is a migraine sufferer, having headaches and pain, particularly when they do physical activities. Oops.
So let's talk about some strategic forms of aerobic exercise.
Okay.
So what do you know about specific things maybe that don't work or things that do work for people with migraines?
Well, for me, I know I tried going back to things that I used to do, like the elliptical machine, running, doing the treadmill, doing Zumba classes, and all of those things caused me to get the migraines. But when I did swimming over the summer, I did some swimming and drills in the pool, and that didn't have that problem.
Right.
But I also wondered if that was as good of a workout. because I wasn't getting my heart rate up as much, but now based on what you're saying, maybe it was. And massage and stretching help too. I mean, when I can afford to get a massage, it does make me feel better.
All right.
So,
So we talked about some neck tension and maybe some, you spend a lot of time on the computer at work, so some stretching, massages can maybe improve that. Some of the exercises maybe that we've talked about earlier, maybe could be part of that, alleviation of the tension in the upper body. But in regards to the aerobic activity, it sounds like you had some success in the pool. You weren't having the headaches, so that might be a good thing to do. And we can explore either swimming drills, or water aerobics, which is continuous movement where you're maybe standing upright in the pool, not necessarily swimming, but you're still moving. Heart rates maybe are not as high in the pool, you said, which is interesting. So we might want to explore that a little bit and explain that to you, because your heart rates, again, you weren't getting up and you didn't have the headaches.
right.
So it sounds like maybe when your heart rates are higher.
It could be. That's what triggers the headaches.
Right, could be. So the standing exercises, you mentioned treadmill, running, either treadmill with an incline, walking fast with an incline. You mentioned, I think, Zumba dancing, and elliptical.
Elliptical.
Those are the things that you've enjoyed previously, but not enjoying
Not
anymore.
so much recently, no.
Right. So what do all those activities have in common?
Do them all in an upright position.
Right.
Okay. A little taste of hopefully a respectful conversation with the patient, trying to guide them towards the treatment plan. So let's transition into the technology. And this first example is touchscreen technology and video analysis. So we can still practice our traditional approaches to care, but we want to try and inject some interactions with the patient using the technology. So let's listen to a conversation here using this technology to get a feel for it.
And it's recording. Place your hands up to the ceiling. Okay, go down slow and smooth. Go down as low as your body will allow you to rate. Did it? And come up. And relax, put your hands down. Get to the low point. I'm going to pause the video. Okay, so we're going to have a look at the results. We'll pull up, we've got two photographs here. Try to make it a little bit bigger so we can see. Slide that over. What do you see here?
Well, this one looks a lot better. I got down a lot lower because
Right.
it was all the tightness I felt the first time with the assist went away.
So we're drawing a horizontal line across the screen here, and we're looking at the positioning of your hips, so the depth of your squat. And you can see that the hips are way above the line compared to here, where your hips are actually towards horizontal and maybe even a little bit below the line. So it's a much more mobile squat, and you're able to do that. In fact, that's an excellent movement pattern that we're seeing there. And you're able to do it by relieving the pressure from the back and maybe the lower legs. So you may be a little tight in those areas. So if we come up with an exercise that will allow you to improve that, then we'll be able to have a more mobile movement pattern.
So you have that record of that performance and after treatment and follow-up. Maybe you have a comparison after the treatment. The next demonstration is the application of movement sensor technology, and I'll let the video do the talking.
So we're going to do some more performance evaluations, and this time we're going to use movement sensor technology. It could be a little device that is going to be attached to your body that will measure metrics related to your movement, or in this case it could be a weighted ball, and if you pull this back here you'll see there's some technology, there's a movement sensor embedded in the ball. So if I were to throw the ball across the room, it's going to give me some metrics about the force of the throw and the speed of the throw, and as a measure of your muscular fitness of your upper body, which we'll be able to review on the iPad or the smartphone, and then use that as a baseline for future comparison. So this next test is called the static chest throw. So we're going to take this weighted ball. We're going to have you stand on the line here with your feet comfortably shoulder width apart, ball on your chest, and when you hear a little ding sound, what I want you to do is throw the ball forward with your arms extended. And I'm going to catch the ball.
Okay.
And we're going to do that about 3 times and then see how the results look.
Okay.
Okay, so I want you to come in. Okay, good. In the ready position, wait for the ding. Good job. Breathe out as you extend the throw. Good throw. Well done. So we did the chest throw with a weighted ball, 2 kilograms. We had 3 repetitions, and we've got metrics about the throw. We've got the speed of the throw, you've got the force of the throw, so really a measure of your muscular strength, and then your power, which is really a combination of the speed and the force. So this is a measure of your muscular power. 3 different scores. What do you see there?
The last one is the best. They're all kind of close, but ended up
Right.
on the strongest one.
So it seems as though you got better as you progress with the best one on the end. How did that feel?
It did feel like there was more power behind it.
So once you got a
Felt
little,
like it was going faster.
right, a little bit more power, a little bit more speed, you got a little bit more comfort, and didn't seem to bother your upper back?
No,
No,
that was
great.
pretty comfortable.
Great. Well, that's a good baseline measure of metrics of your upper body strength and power, which we can look at in 6 to 12 weeks from now as a comparison. After we design maybe some exercises to improve your upper body muscular fitness.
Okay.
Sound okay?
Yeah.
So again, we're using the technology, but we're still trying to communicate effectively in a respectful manner with the patient to get some buy-in from the patient. So the next demonstration is a demonstration of connected care, and it's going to be an M-Health application. Mayo Clinic has partnered with 24A Life, and we have a licensure agreement to use this and give this to our patients. So let's listen to a little conversation with a patient with the migraine sufferer talking about the technology using this application.
Of communication in healthcare called connected health, and it's delivering healthcare services remotely between the medical visits by using some technologies, such as, for example, for exercise, it might be wearing an activity monitor or a heart rate sensor when you're doing your exercise, such as, for example, this is a heart rate sensor, and it's really a transmitter of information that would go to a receiver, which could be a watch or it could be like a mobile device, like a smartphone. So when the person's exercising, they would activate an app on the mobile device, information about their exercise, and the body's response to exercise would be downloading onto the phone, and when they stop that information, that app, the information is stored in the phone for them to review and potentially share that information with someone in the clinic, someone like myself.
Okay.
So if we set up a, say, a shared account, you could be doing your prescribed exercise that we negotiate, but I would be able to, see what you're doing, and when you come into the clinic, we could review that and look for strategic ways to progress you without the symptoms.
Mm-hmm.
But it could be an option to explore. I don't know what your thoughts.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have friends that enjoy using their smartphones to track their exercise. I just never knew you could. I don't know anyone who's done it as a patient,
Right.
but sounds like a good idea, a good plan for me.
Right,
It could
yeah.
work.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of people are using a lot of different apps. We have one particular app that we think will be a good fit for the kind of work that we do with our physical medicine and rehabilitation patients, and you included with the goal to manage your migraines better, improve your stamina. So if you like, I can show you maybe what that would look like on your phone, so you get a sense of what that's all about.
Yeah, of course.
So I wanted to show you a session on this is actually a stationary bike, and you've obviously got the happy face, which you can tell is a sad face if your headaches are worse, medium or worsening headaches. So we want to know how you're feeling from a symptom perspective, but then you can type in anything you want, related to your symptoms. But then also we have the real data about your heart rate, but you can also give us feedback about the settings on the machine. Now we might have prescribed a certain wattage or resistance setting on a machine for you to train at. And here you're seeing my heart rates at 15 minutes are 110 with a 120 watts, and increasing to 115 at 135 watts at 25 minutes. And if you wanted to look at the actual heart rates accuracy here, you can see them. They're like this. But my point I'm trying to make with this is we can actually see those thresholds that you're able to stay below, so you don't have those headache symptoms.
So you've got data about the patient between the medical visit to see how they're doing at home, and you can have that connected care interaction with patients to keep them on task with the ideal treatment plan. So this next application, using the same app, the 24-Day Life app, is looking at accessing videos, exercise prescribed videos from the clinician.
Okay, so at home you have your smartphone device,
Right.
and you're going to be able to access the app, which will be tracking your behaviors, your exercise behavior. But there's another feature where we can actually give you access to a video library of exercises that have been recorded. And what we can do is we can actually prescribe specific exercises that be right for you. So I wanted to show you what that might look like. I'm using the iPad, it's a little bit bigger for you here. So I'm just going to place the iPad on the wall here. So you turn it around a little bit, make it a little bit easier to see. And the exercise that you did, you were standing up with the mini resistance bands.
Right.
Now, some people who have migraines might have some discomfort when they're exercising standing up. So we can still do those exercises by doing them from the floor. Here, we just touch the screen, hit the little play button here. You see that this will come up in a second. And you have someone demonstrating the exercises that, that we want the person to consider doing.
So it's basically what I did, but horizontal.
Exactly.
Position.
So that would be like the lateral stepping that you were doing. You're hitting the same muscle groups, but you're lying down. You might be watching your favorite show or whatever. You know, we wanted this to be convenient. But if you have your phone in front of you and you hit the play button, you'll be able to see the exercises.
Well, that's great. That's good to know.
Yeah. Okay, so we have this video library of exercises. We're going to select certain ones that are right for you. And so I'm going to start with this one. I'm going to drag it over to a file. that you'll be able to access from your phone at home. And I'm going to pick a few others that and we can always delete the exercise if we try it and we don't like it, it causes some irritation or discomfort. So, but let's start with a plan and see what we can put together based on the earlier testing that we did. Okay. Okay, so we have a list of exercises, and I'd like to then go through some of these exercises, show you how to do those exercises and how to use the mobile device at home to view those exercises.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
So not everyone can come to the clinic as often as we would like. So again, this is a way to extend that care service that we're offering beyond the walls of the clinic. So getting towards the end of the consultation, we want to use good motivational interviewing, communication to make sure we strengthen that commitment to change. So again, the task, listen to the clinician for any specific strategies of communication.
Well, let me ask you this. What makes you somewhat confident that you can do the plan as we've discussed over the next 6 weeks?
Well, I think you really paid a lot of attention to what as you said, my history is and what I was able to do today. I learned a lot in our encounter today because there were things I didn't know about what might be causing my migraines. And it gives me a lot of hope that maybe I can get back to the fitness level I used to enjoy. I used to be very active and fit, and I feel like because of the migraines and just age and life, it's kind of let things go a little bit and gained a little weight. But based on what I learned today, it sounds like a good plan. I mean, I want to feel better, and I'm ready to try something new, and I can see how it makes sense. And I'm really excited about the idea of being able to do it from home and stay connected through the smartphone, so that it gives me that convenience, and yet you can still see my progress and if I'm doing correctly. So yeah, I'm really ready to give it a shot.
That's great. Well, you're certainly more confident than you were when you first walked in today.
Oh, definitely.
And being able to work through this with you to kind of learn, from your past history, and then also see how you perform some of these exercises has been useful. And obviously you feel somewhat deconditioned compared to the past, and you're hopeful that we'll get some of that back as we progress through this.
I'm feeling more hopeful than I have in a while about my physical condition, and I really feel like, because it's really customized to me, that it will work.
Yeah, so that strategic plan, we have that connected health option where we can track what you're doing between the medical visit, and then also that opportunity to use that to continue to customize and stay connected with each other.
Yeah, definitely. That's key to me.
Great. Well,
Sounds
thanks
great.
for your effort, and look
Thank
forward
you.
to our next visit.
Oh, me too.
And
Thank you
we'll
so
see how
much.
you do. Lovely. Thank you.
Okay, so I didn't really grow up with technology, so I don't consider myself as an expert with technology. But one thing I do know is in healthcare over the next coming years, technology is going to play a bigger part in how we practice. And really the question that we all have is, what are we going to do in our practice going forward? We can play it safe and keep using the good traditional approaches and wait for somebody to tell us how to use technology in our practice, or we can be an early adopter where we explore some of these technologies and enjoy trying to understand how to improve the patient experience. So having said that, I wish you well, and I thank you for sitting there and listening to me present. Thank you.
Next speaker is also very interesting, a psychologist who also mastered computer. And now he's the head of the Health Insurance Institute. Mr. Marian Sušel will be presenting the scope and costs of preventive and rehabilitation programs of the Health Insurance Institute of Slovenia. Good morning, everybody. Welcome on my personal behalf. From the technology, which is a challenge of today and tomorrow, I will walk you through to the financial side of preventive and rehabilitation programs in Slovenia. This is the part granting financial resources that are always a condition for enabling these programs. The budget consists of 3 billion euro annually, 5.7% of GDP per capita. Most of the funds are intended for healthcare services, some 70%. In the past year, in 2018, we allocated 5.2 to preventive programs already. This is the reflection of the fact that in the past years, policy designers and other partners got aware of how prevention is important. I believe that this share will further increase, and therefore also the programs will get richer. In my brief presentation, some 10-15 minutes will be spent on my presentation. I will present the contents and programs we finance, what rehabilitation programs are ongoing, and then I will conclude with the challenges, what is ahead of us tomorrow and the day after, and what our strategies could be for the future. Some contents are not new to you, you've been familiar with them. Maybe they were presented yesterday and we'll keep presenting them today, but I will focus on the financial part mainly and the results. First of all, preventive programs. Preventive programs accompany our people from the time prior to birth. We have preventive programs during pregnancy, at birth, children, youth, students. This also includes nursing care services. Recently, we invest a lot into preventive programs for preventing and managing chronic diseases. I would like to expose model outpatient clinics where graduate nurses cooperate and work together with doctors. Then SWIT program for screening for colon and rectal cancer, and two older programs, ZORA, cervical cancer screening, and DORA, breast cancer screening. An important achievement in Slovenia is that we cover the majority of our population. There is no region or area that would not be covered, and what matters is that through various activities performed by the National Health Institute, we reach or we get a high-level response of our people. In 2018, we also introduced additional testing of newborns. Each newborn is tested on the basis of a few drops of blood, so that we test them for 20 rare diseases. Primary prevention of cardiovascular diseases with different activities, different areas. I would like to mention once again the so-called model practices. We have graduate nurses. This is something new in Europe as well. It's an excellent example, granting various preventive activities in cooperation with family doctors, GPs, but there is still a lot of maneuvering space, maneuvering room to add new contents, new ICT solutions as well, so that the efficiency and the content of these practices can be enriched. Another important thing is that model practices and these graduate nurses work in close cooperation with the family doctors, and they are independent enough so that with their contacts with patients, they do not additionally burden the doctor. Further on, health education workshops and centers for strengthening health. These centers are being established. 3 are currently financed from our budget, but there are more active ones in Slovenia. Currently, they are financed through various development funds, but in the future this will be covered by our institute, of course. An important area that we started this year, these are the so-called mental health centers. Somehow they are focused on the following activities and objectives: community care for our citizens, so not from somewhere distant, in a hospital, in an unpleasant environment. So care for mental health patients where they live, where they work, where they interact with the environment. Another area is destigmatization of these patients. Although we are in 2019, this is still a problem in our society. The closer we have these people, the more we work with them, the more normal reaction to these people will be. Then there are special focus points, such as working on the issue of alcohol, alcoholism, suicides and their prevention. It is important to have a network of mental health centers in the entire territory of our country. We started early this year. There are a number of centers already active and others being prepared. Funds. I have already mentioned that for preventive programs, including screening tests, we have allocated a bit more than 5%. This does not include mental health centers, but we can see that these funds significantly increased if we compare 2012 and 2016 and 2018. With this money, do we also achieve results? Yes, we can be proud of low mortality of our infants. In 2015, we were the best among OECD countries. In 2016, Finland took over this leading position. So the primary care for pregnant women and early childhood has been effective and efficient, and this results in excellent outcomes. We have very good results in managing cancers. In particular, progress can be observed in colon and rectal cancer. In 2018, In 2007, this was the second cause of death, and now it's the fourth cause. And similar trend can be observed with cancer, with breast cancer. The incidence dropped, and somehow this can also be seen in financial resources that are available for other areas. And it is also important that with all these programs we have managed to identify early changes so that we can be effective in treatment. Diseases of adults, we have other preventive programs. An important step taken forward with physical activities. Alcohol is still an issue. We are lagging behind. We consume too much alcohol, so there are still opportunities to improve. I could say that in the field of cardiovascular diseases, we have marked a relatively modest result, despite the investments. But this is still an important step forward. Now, rehabilitation is performed at different levels. Muscular stationary, hospitals, and then specialist outpatient healthcare activities also by the University Rehabilitation Institute, Republic of Slovenia, the introduction of robots. I saw a presentation a couple of days ago. Then outpatient clinics, and also at the primary care level. Spa treatment. Every year there are more insured persons covered by these programs. A bit more than 28,000 people last year. Upper right part of this slide, we see that more people go to spa, more elderly population. Similarly, the situation in the field of physiotherapy, more services were provided in 2018, yet the waiting time prolonged. We can see the trend. Physiotherapy is more frequently applied with the elderly population. Funds intended for rehabilitation and physiotherapy. The same trend as with prevention programs, mostly to stationary hospital and stationary spa segments. Other segments are more stable or lagging behind. What about the future? I won't be original if I point out the importance of demographic trends. Long-term projections of age structure in Slovenia shows that we will have that this blue column population will increase. And we can also follow or monitor the costs by age groups. How much at what age? More females in the highest age groups, but we can see that the healthcare expenditures increase with the aging population. At the bottom you have some information on the value of the services, hospitalization, outpatient clinics by year. So the red column, these are people aged 65 plus, so they are more and more expensive. Life cycle or life expectancy in Slovenia is close to the EU average. This prolonged life expectancy, when we talk about the quality of these years, we are behind the EU. We live longer, but these additional years, based on the indicators we use, show that these years are hard, insufficiently healthy to enjoy healthy life, living in our environment and communities. It is an important challenge for the rehabilitation programs. So how to enable to live a quality life in this last period, or maybe we can even be active, not as a punishment, so that we can work, be it employed or at home, in various environments. And I already mentioned cardiovascular diseases with rather high mortality after heart attack or stroke. This is the mortality we can prevent or impact. A number of programs have already been designed within the University Medical Center, where we carry out a systematic therapy for those who survived heart attacks. We can already see some results, but still we are at the very beginning. What will burden us in the years to come is the aging population and also cancer, increasing incidence of cancer with old age. We live in an aging society and work, and this is also reflected in a huge increase in sick leave, particularly with the population aged 50, 55 plus and 60 plus. So the numbers are triple. 36,500 persons are on sick leave on a daily basis. This is the figure for 2017. Somehow these people need recovery, so they receive the compensation. This growth has been 7% annually, last year even 10%, and in 2018, in this year, in the first 3 months, the number of those on sick leave increased by 15%. And this means 15% less financial resources for preventive and rehabilitation programs, for treatments, for hospitalization, etc. And this is where much more will need to be done. We will have to amend our legislation, and very frequently the reasons for sick leave, in addition to cancer and cardiovascular diseases, are also musculoskeletal diseases. And this is the main topic of this symposium. We still have a lot to do a lot of opportunities and challenges. Elderly population, I have to apologize since I am exposing this problem. With aging, there are more injuries, falls are more frequent with male and female population. Women, that's the light blue color. Technology is available. If there is a fall, we have to respond very quickly. If the elderly person is at home or in the old people's home, we have to react very quickly and treat. Now the conclusions. We have the prevention, quality and well-organized health treatment with good outcomes, and of course, in this chain, we also have fast and successful rehabilitation. If we wish to talk about the sustainability of the system, also of the financial sustainability of the system of any country, but in particular of countries aging very fast, we have to ensure all these three levels in a balanced manner. We have to be balanced, and all these three parts have to be in balance. And then we have some bottlenecks in the following areas if they are not balanced. So this is our challenge for the future. We've been faced with it on a daily basis by those designing our healthcare policy, and also the providers of healthcare. In a long run, we will definitely have to rethink the reallocation of this burden. What will be collected from contributions will not suffice and will not be efficient. So there will be other activities. Some are already performed in local communities, in companies, sports organizations, and a part of the burden has to be taken over by an individual. Projects show that it's not only theory but also practice. There are some examples of best practices. I'm not sure whether GIRFIT will be presented. An excellent program of cooperation of primary healthcare with the local community, sports clubs, appropriate motivation of people living there with the aim to improve the health status of the people living there. Of course, this can serve as the basis for further activities. We would wish more such projects. This is a kind of a center for strengthening health at the local level. We need more such projects. They need to be promoted. And this one can serve as an example and can set an example. Let me expose another problem. It is our institute in the field of health promotion. In our institute, we employ 870 people, clerks who spend most of the day sitting, working at the computer. The elderly, 47 to 50 on the average. As an active employer, we are involved in various activities, so we provide exercise during break, stretching during breaks. We provide different sports activities for our employees. All employees were equipped with hiking poles. And on the day of health, all our employees receive some kilos of quality apples, education, training. Focus is on the education, how to manage stress, healthy diet, healthy lifestyle. And of course, we raise awareness of the importance of taking steps, taking stairs. I believe there are a lot of such employers. It is where we live and spend at least 1/3 of our time. That's where the opportunities are. Once we learn something, we keep it, we don't forget it. Our employees and their children hopefully will keep these habits throughout their lives. Let me conclude with one more thought. If anywhere, then in the field of prevention, all stakeholders need to cooperate. In healthcare, there are preventive programs financed through a list defined by the Ministry of Health together with the Public Health Institute. And once we implement it within the system, we have to cooperate with external stakeholders as well. Thank you very much for your attention and questions.
Hvala lepa, gospod Sušelj. Kako pa se lotiti akutne rehabilitacije v slovenskem prostoru, nam bo povedala dr. Nataša Kos, specialistka fizikalne in rehabilitacijske medicine ter predstojnica Inštituta za medicinsko rehabilitacijo Univerzitetnega kliničnega centra Ljubljana. Izvolite.
A to zdaj moram sama tlele? Ali?
Ja.
Aha, okej.
Zdaj nimam več. Is it okay now? Okay. Let me first welcome everybody. Thank you for the invitation. My presentation will talk about acute rehabilitation in Slovenia. So at the beginning, just some information what acute rehabilitation is. At the end, I will touch on the flow of acute rehabilitation in Slovenia, so where this is actually taking place. Acute rehabilitation is also often referred to early rehabilitation, the period after the onset of disease, the first few days, weeks, or after a surgery or injury, and is defined as a program, a goal-oriented, multidisciplinary, led by the specialist of physical rehabilitation medicine, PRM specialist. During this period, there is an overlap of different specialties. We have a patient who's come to hospital because of a specific problem. Number one, he needs good diagnosis and then treatment, and then rehabilitation starts. Different activities take place, such as traumatological, neurological, surgical, specialist care, and medical rehabilitation. So with more days in the hospital, we come closer to the priority role of rehabilitation. In the modern literature, you can see a lot of data on the importance of acute rehabilitation that should already start in the intensive care as soon as the patient's state stabilizes, and then it continues, and even when the patient leaves the hospital, wherever he goes to. So for the beginning, physiotherapy is not rehabilitation. This is just part of it. Rehabilitation is teamwork. So with rehabilitation, we want to achieve the following. In the earliest possible phase, the secondary complications should be eliminated. So the question is, when can we start with early rehabilitation? It's similar as in diagnostics and treatment. It's the same. If we set the diagnosis as early as possible and give him the medicine as early as possible, good treatment can follow. So if we start with rehabilitation processes early, we can achieve better functional state. So in this earliest phase, we focus on the prevention of secondary complications that might become life-threatening. There are some that are not life-threatening, but they impact the final functionality. For example, amputation of the knee. Hospital stay is very brief, but there can complications ensue very quickly. So it's not a very threatening complication, but it is very unpleasant. With the processes of early rehabilitation and monitoring of the patient, we can see very quickly what the potentials are and how we can then how the person can then leave the hospital. So we assess first who is the person that will need some additional treatment after leaving the hospital, when is the best time to dismiss him from hospital, and where to. It has been established that the effects of early rehabilitation are very good. Team approach, frequently described in literature, and starting in the intensive care in participation with doctors, reduces the period of hospital stay or the bed stay. So more patients that were part of this acute rehabilitation can return into home environment. What are the problems of Slovene rehabilitation in Slovene hospitals? Hospitals are normally institutions where you have mainly diagnostics and treatment, and in spite of rehabilitation, there is never room or facility for all these processes. So all the activities are usually carried out on the sick bed, which is usually in a room where there are several, or 1, 2, 3 patients, which can be a problem if we can, for example, want to apply multisensory work, so the environment is not the right one. And then, even though we are qualified for that, if we had the right place without any stimuli, so just one stimulus at a time. Additionally, we are restricted because the funds in hospital are mainly used for treatment and diagnostics, and equipment for rehabilitation is not available. We have just these simple things that we can afford. But we have no robots, no sophisticated tools, even though we could, within this hospital rehabilitation, these devices could be applied very successfully. So we don't have the proper equipment. In spite of that, we can still do a lot. Maybe an additional thing to mention is the patient himself, herself. In the acute phase, the abilities of recognizing the situation, the physical abilities, cognitive abilities are different from normal. So rehabilitation in hospital cannot be performed at a certain time during the day, but we have to adapt to their abilities. How capable he is to participate, or do we have to come to the person a few times a day, which later on could be performed at one single time. Because of all these things that the patients could get at the time when they're in hospital and cannot be offered, I believe that the dismissal of the hospital is done as soon as the patient has finished surgical or other care. Then he is referred to some other institution where some more complex forms of rehabilitation are applied. So dismissal from the hospital is not always possible. There are problems. We don't have institutions where the patients could be rehabilitated, as many as there are. And the consequence is that the patients stay in hospitals for different reasons. Number one, we don't have sufficient number of institutions. They are then might be infected with hospital bugs or MRSA. And then we have some very demanding patients. For example, survival of the patients with high cervical injury, C2, C3. These are individuals who will lifelong be on the respirator, and tetraplegics will be and will need a lot of support in continuing their lives. Since a lot of time has been invested into the survival itself, it would be correct that also for rehabilitation funds were then allocated. We had a tetraplegical boy. He had the respirator, was very demanding, and could not go to a tertiary, to some other institution. It happened that the boy was in our hospital for 10 months. At that time, our acute rehabilitation spread to late rehabilitation. We equipped the boy with aspirator, respirator, taught the parents to use these devices. We took care that he got a communicator, a special bed, a lifting device. But this is a very important, all very important for these patients. We organized some education, and then he was dismissed home. So acute rehabilitation can sometimes lengthen extremely, but we have also other forms or other kinds of patients, neurological ones. We had a boy who was 3 years in hospital because there was no possibility to refer him somewhere else. And we carried out rehabilitation 1.5 hours every day for 3 years. Then, unfortunately, the boy died. So this acute rehabilitation can lengthen into subacute or chronic rehabilitation if there are no possibilities for referral elsewhere. Mr. Watt is a professor from Europe who wrote some books on acute rehabilitation. He proposed 4 models of rehabilitation, acute rehabilitation. I've listed them. I don't want to go into detail. Mostly they are such that abroad also the work of the rehabilitation team is using these 4 models. There is no one universal model, but we adapt. The models are adapted to different countries, and you will see in the continuation what that looks like. Slovene hospitals, all of them offer rehabilitation. Rehabilitationists are employed in every hospital, but for rehabilitation you need a team. A physiatrist, occupational therapist, a physical therapist. The team can be then even greater, a social worker, psychologist, and speech therapist and dietitian. So when I looked at the Slovene hospitals, there are quite a few. We've seen, or I've seen, that acute rehabilitation or team rehabilitation is present in 6 hospitals. We have University Clinical Center Ljubljana and Maribor have an institute for this work. Slovenj Gradec has a department, and Celje has a department, as well as Murska Sobot and Jesenice. These departments are led by the specialists of physical and other medical rehabilitation. But in Murska Sobota, the head is an orthopedic doctor, orthoped. So, what is this work like? In these hospitals, the team is such that the occupational and physical therapists are in different units, while the physiatrists offer conciliatory consultations. Usually the doctor calls such a consultation doctor and then discusses that with them, orthopedist. Yeah. We don't have a sufficient number of specialists, and pathology is very varied. In the tertiary hospital Maribor, the situation is a little different. There are specialists that focus on special pathology, so they come to the different wards. But as I've mentioned, majority situations is such that there are only physiotherapists employed in hospitals. An example, in the University Clinical Center in Ljubljana. Our institute covers all the surgery departments in the hospital. We have our physiotherapists and occupational therapists and one physiatrist who is usually responsible for 1 to 3 wards or units or departments. So he then cooperates with the surgeon throughout the process from the time the person came in until he leaves. So he takes part in the morning visits, in all the consultations, and takes part in the discussions about the patient, what kinds of programs will be implemented, and so on. And in this way, it gives us the opportunity to learn about the patient at the very beginning, and then we can stay on the team and agree on further treatment or rehabilitation. We have good contacts among ourselves. They know we are present there, so it is possible that our knowledge and know-how can be added to the others. We see the patient not only once, because if that was the case, it's difficult to assess the potentials. We need to follow the patient throughout hospitalizations. What is negative here is that if this system were to be implemented into Slovene hospitals, we would need many more people to do that. This is my last slide. Future. We talked a lot about, when preparing the strategy for the development of rehabilitation in the future, we talked about the implementation of acute rehabilitation in hospitals. And the idea was that at least every hospital had at least one physiatrist, or maybe more occupational therapists, and then there could be a small team made out of this. It would be then easier to do everything that the patient needs throughout hospitalization. The strategy has been written, but it's waiting somewhere in a drawer. Let me conclude. Thank you very much.
Hvala lepa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kos. And now let me give the floor to Mr. Klemen Grabljevec, the president of the Slovenian Association for Physical and Rehabilitation Medicine, Slovenia, coming from the University Rehabilitation Institute, Soča. Thank you very much for this introduction and the invitation, this opportunity to take part at this symposium. I have to say that I am very satisfied with the lecturers. I would like to sum up some sentences, namely, rehabilitation after severe injuries and diseases is as important as survival. So, and to stop prior to this point, it's not ethical. And this means savings as well. I listened to Mr. Sushel, robotics is good, so we are looking into the future as well. The title of my presentation is The Understanding of the Big Shift. It's coming or it's already here. I'm not absolutely sure we are aware of it. That's my dilemma. Future of a human race and what actually is important for the healthcare sector. There are several factors: prolonged length of life, demographic changes, social and economic changes, migrations from region to region. Don't be surprised, but why is the increase in traffic so important? Traffic density can be the number of traffic, the data on traffic density can help us forecasting injuries in accidents, and traffic density follows the trend of GDP. So the increase in traffic cannot be avoided, neither the accidents and injuries. And this goes hand in hand with the advances of medicine and technology. Now the tree of Slovenia, 2,074,000 people. We can see that the tree trunk is much higher. These figures are interesting. Population decline in the Republic of Slovenia in the next 15 years, so minus 40,000 people. This is like getting rid of Kran or Sevnica. But what is it nice about it? We are looking forward to 2020. This will be the historical population peak. Never before and never again in the future. There will be more people than in 2020. And then it's only the downward trend. We will lose one city and will be gaining another one, the old town. 65 plus population, the most demanding, the most expensive, the most sick population. An old Slovene person is old and poor. 1/3 of the population will be 65 plus. In terms of medical treatment, the most expensive. It means 140,000 people in 15 years. It's tomorrow, it's not in 50 years' time. Medicine can be divided. This is a rough division into musculoskeletal diseases as the first one with good perspective. The whole industry, biochemistry and pharmacy, work a lot on musculoskeletal conditions, joint replacement, for example, minimum invasiveness and shortened time of rehabilitation. The whole industry and factories is a day surgery, no endoprothesis, 3D printer will provide a lot, talking about the spine and joints. So the needs for long-term rehabilitation will decrease, which is good. And then we have neurological area. I'm coming from this field, and this is what is close to me. Patients who were not able to survive 10 years ago will then be able. Life prolongation is another fact, and then the need to improve the quality of life. To only prolong life is not ethical if we do not improve the quality of life. Incurable chronic conditions will become curable, or drugs will be better accessible. 12 most expensive biological drugs prices today, and predictions, forecasts for 2024, and what the realistic price will be due to generic drug. In today, the so-called poor companies, biological drugs will be available, will beat the nature, and have millions of patients as a result. $250 billion for biosimilar drugs, a lot of money. Brain injury, this is my core business somehow. If we compare the years 1997 and 2017, big difference in technology. New mechanisms, floor markings, vehicles stop on their own, you are warned, alert. So everything is done to reduce the number of accidents. Secondly, what is good in Slovenia, we have excellent emergency medicine. Our medicine on the road is great response times. The response time is less than 10 minutes. We have 2 helicopter centers. Things are well arranged so that people can survive, and they do survive. In our department, we get patients we didn't see 15 years ago. But these people have consequences that impact their activities later in life. Stroke, epidemics. Of course, we introduced the tele-stroke program, mechanical thrombectomy. People don't die from ischemic stroke. In what state? Very unfavorable. These are patients who died before, but now they can survive. But they are not patients with great potentials. But should we tell them, you are lucky to survive, but for rehabilitation you are not a favorable patient? I won't do that. I won't tell them. All these patients need long-term complex rehabilitation treatment. In Slovenia, 4,000 people have a stroke per year. 2,000 of them need rehabilitation each year. 250 patients, that's the capacity of our University Rehabilitation Center. In UK, 110,000 people have a stroke annually. All these people have consequences. It's difficult to accept them because they believe that rehabilitation will help them. There are 25,000 stroke survivors, and they live in Slovenia with long-term neurological residua. In 2030, we would need one department for rehabilitation only. 250 will need complex rehabilitation treatment. You don't have to be a scientist, and people will get older and older. Diseases will occur. Breaking a hip, Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, this cannot be avoided. Tumors, brain tumors. Some years ago, glioblastoma was meant death. But we can use different techniques now, and it means a recovery. This tumor can be removed with no injury of the healthy part of the brains. So acute treatment is completed, and they are able to continue with complex long-term rehabilitation. And then again we'll say, we got this far, Dr. Kos performed her work, but what about now? No network, no rehabilitation center available. We admit different patients with different diagnoses, and their numbers increases. Dr. Vittorio is lost for us because she married a diplomat and she now lives in Israel. Brain tumor, the two types. They asked me, why do you rehabilitate patients who had a surgery of malignant tumor? They still make progress. They have different rehabilitation objectives. We are less demanding. Patients with malignant tumors who survive the surgery and need rehabilitation, there will be more and more of them. Clement, we have patients, we have patients, but you can't actually admit them because we don't have the money. This is what I expect to come. Degenerative neurological diseases, this is what we don't know what to expect actually. We don't know, not today. Biological drugs prolong the life and quality of life of patients with Parkinson's disease, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. There are drugs available. Gene engineering and stem cell therapies should work. It means minor progress, longer survival, and more patients who will need rehabilitations. There will be no patients with ALS who will be written off after a year and a half. They will be living for 20 additional years because the pharmaceutical industry invests millions of dollars into them survive. This is a list of degenerative diseases that are curable or are about to be curable. One single disease. News from Medline, I monitor. The tofersen for ALS. No, ALS is no longer a fatal disease. And stem cells actually can help. Have been approved in Berlin at the Congress. We've heard about this. This is what we can do. Stem cells can be obtained and applied. What do we do? The most interesting area for research is the spinal cord injury. It used to be a synonym for rehabilitation. But things move so fast. These are basic things, actually. Can we see this film? Cortega in Lausanne. They made the breakthrough in the field of spinal cord, started with mice, commercially produced wireless system of stimulators overcoming the spinal cord injury. And this mouse can walk. You can purchase it if you have this kind of mice. But they didn't stop, of course. I'm not sure whether you've heard. 3 months ago, there was an article on how the first 3 paraplegics started to walk with the implantation of an electric stimulator below the level of the spinal cord lesion. It enables a paraplegic to walk. Full injury of the spinal cord. More can be read on the internet. What to do with such a patient? Paraplegic will no longer be satisfied with a wheelchair. He will want to walk, and this is the reality, because some people already are able to walk 500 meters, which is a medical miracle. When stimulation was turned off, he was still able to move his legs. And this is something that cannot be explained and is still researched. So this area has changed a lot compared to 5 years ago. What is rehabilitation based on neuroplasticity, important also for walking of paraplegics? The central nerve system is reorganized. These new connections have to be done in a suitable sequence at a certain location, so the function of the nerves is restored. Activity, of course, plays the crucial role in such injuries. What do we train? We train functionality, intensity. We want to be early. And of course, the patient needs feedback. We have to challenge the patient, ensure active participation and motivation, everything in cooperation. And this was also stressed in the first lecture. I apologize to our colleagues from Mayo Clinics. I will present Moss Rehab Center. I will play a film. An occupational therapist. You can supervise a small group of patients. Before we establish that we won't be able to provide one-to-one therapy any longer, we have to forget that. We will lack HR. Something will have to replace them, substitute them. And robotic therapy is one of them, undoubtedly. In the region and in Slovenia, we have runners, front runners. Let me show my own institution where the management understood what the future of rehabilitation is, robotics. We have devices and methods that we shouldn't be ashamed of. In Ljubljana, we have a well-equipped institute with robotics. In this region, things started to change. And this is the clinic of the future as presented by the Mayo Clinic. Is this our future standard? Me pulling the patient's leg so that it is moved? Neither me nor him enjoyed it. This is not rehabilitation. Placing cubes, using the room bike, that's not the future. What is the future? New priorities. We have to get ready for an army of old neurological patients. And this requires the change of our healthcare policy. Otherwise, we will not be able to meet the demands of the growing population of neurological and mental patients. We have to develop modern neurorehabilitation medicine. I'm not saying that we should neglect other fields of medicine, but we should pay more attention to this part. 4 pillars of neurological rehabilitation. We have already listened about the first one, neuromodulation, implantation of mechanic, electric or other systems into a human body, rehabilitation robotics, very closely related to the virtual reality and tele-rehabilitation. 4 pillars. Shall we continue purchasing cubes and room bikes, or shall we invest into the 4 pillars of the future? These will be institutions of modern technology and highly specialized experts from neurorehabilitation fields. And this is the future of rehabilitation medicine in the area with the biggest threat. I took a bit more time. I applaud rabbits running into the future. I stimulate the followers, a little bit hesitant ones. And this is the last call for turtles. Brontosaurs are gone, extinct. And this is it. This is my mother's kitchen in the country. Very nice, these pets. But shall we be observers or shall we be the ones who will move things? From my room in the rehabilitation center, well, that was a white lie, but the rest is true.
Hvala lepa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grabljevec. And now it is the time for the first break. Help yourselves with coffee, chat, 20 minutes. 11 and 10 is our next beginning.
kar zapri. Dobrodošli nazaj. Jaz se upravičujem, no, mečken zopranje, da vas moram iz klepeta pa kavice, ampak da malo uro ujamemo, a ne. Smo?
I'm sorry I have to force you back like this. Our second panel, how to connect health and care for health. The first who will speak on this will be Jana Goetz-Erzsén, and this work in Vojnik. She's the head there. She will speak about an example of good practice and about the prevention program of integrated prevention of chronic diseases. So, Ms. Jana Goetz-Erzsén, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for this invitation that I can take part in this conference. Thank you to Professor Ihan also for finding me. I am the National Coordinator for the Prevention of Cardiovascular Diseases and have been for years. So maybe I will start my presentation with the description of this program. So, integrated prevention of cardiovascular diseases. With the National Program of Prevention we started in 2002. We implemented it into all the clinics of family medicine in order to improve the health state of Slovenes. The family medicine, family doctors did a number of prevention examinations of the grown-up population that was available to men from 35 to 65 years of age and to women from 45 to 70. We did a series of prevention examinations until 2002. Or since 2002. But the advantage of the program was that we had possibility of intervention. One was without medicine within the health centers, and the results were really enviable. In the past 20 years, we managed to reduce mortality of cardiovascular diseases by 50%. We heard today how important are family medicine clinics and how important it is to work together with the different kinds of nurses. And I hope that in the future this participation in outpatient clinics will increase still further. So we managed to decrease mortality by 50% in absolute numbers. 700 lives per year have been saved because of the prevention activities in our clinics, outpatient clinics, and 700 because of the activities and interventions with stents and bypasses and so on. I come from the health center Celje. Celje is a population of Celje, Vojnik, Štore, Dobrna, that is 4 municipalities. We have prevention health care of 70,000 people. In our center there are 400 employees, 69 doctors and 18 dentists. In Celje we always want to be the best, and we're always trying to do things in a new way, especially in prevention. So even before 2002, we participated with our media in the implementation of health promotion. We were the first ones who had, with our local media, workshops of healthy, losing weight in a healthy way. So after 10 years, when we noticed that within these healthcare centers and in our outpatient clinics, changes were necessary. When we realized this, we wanted to upgrade our programs and the workshops on healthcare and bring them closer to the people, teach them about a healthy way of life, and also to decrease the inequalities in health and offer these prevention programs to vulnerable groups. So we were very glad when we were involved in the program of the Norwegian Financial Mechanism for Health, and within that framework we were able to financially support and realize. So we acquired a Center for Health, Strengthening of Health. Work has been active since 2015 and reference outpatient clinics with many prevention programs. So we have prevention programs in the cardiovascular area, in the area of depression, osteoporosis, hypertension, diabetes, chronic obstructive lung diseases, and asthma. I like to stress that in the reference outpatient clinics where we have a family doctor, a specialist, a nurse, and a highly qualified nurse, so we invite all the adults older than 30 years to come. So you as employers are asked now, from my part, to encourage your workers to take part in these prevention programs. The Center for Strengthening of Health, this is the former medical center, and there are 61 such centers in Slovenia. So we are 3 from the pilot area within this Norwegian financial mechanism. So we have Sevnica, Celje, and Vrhnika Medical Center. The European cohesion funds that came to the country enabled us that 25 further centers in Slovenia are developing in the same way. This is an independent organizational unit which performs the programs of health promotion and activities. The programs are intended for individual consultations and group workshops where individuals acquire information and skills and know-how to live longer and with high quality. So the activities are carried out together with the local community, all the different associations that take care of the patients, humanitarian associations, and educational institutions where we enter regularly. I have been working for a very long time as a family doctor, and I'm convinced that if you plant a seed in good soil, then a plant will grow well. So even before a baby is born. So this center takes care of all the age groups. For adults, this is what I will speak about the most. We cover also the healthcare of preschool, school children and young people, and dental care, and for women. So this is all under one roof. We have workshops for all these groups. We have enough people working here. Earlier this was part of our work, additional work. Now we have special people for this, and they're funded, they're paid by the Institute of Health. So we've got 4 nurses, 2 psychologists, 2 physiotherapists, and doctor specialists of family medicine. Since the population is aging and there are some who cannot come to the health institution, we have a field nurse, and she is then carrying out the prevention activities at the home of the patient. Of course, not everything would function so well unless we had good support. Before pilot testing, we founded a professional group for prevention and promotion of health in our health center. And throughout this time, this group has been taking care that we are being trained all the time, and they work with the people involved in prevention and support. Well, if the director gives us support, and this has been happening for years, then the whole system can function. And of course, we work together with the field nursing, with the National Institute of Health, and so on. So what does our Center for Strengthening Health do? We do health educational work for all age groups. And let me say a few words about the work with the adults. So people can come in on their own if they call. We can refer the person from the family outpatient clinic, can be referred by the qualified nurse that was carrying out prevention programs. So when a person comes in, has an individual interview where he or she gets all the information, all the possibilities that can be offered by the center. So they check how well he or she knows the system, about the person's medical literacy, and the assessment is made on his state, the risks he's confronting, and what kind of forms of consultation for a healthy life would be appropriate for this person, or workshops. So within this center we have 18 non-medical treatments, so 18 individual clusters of workshops. This is the structure of the program for strengthening health, and the different groups for treatment. They are in 3 groups. So I've already said something about the individual interview, and now these groups, treatment groups. So we have the basic treatments. These are the entry workshops, the initial workshops that the people can attend without the referral, so they can come in on their own initiative, 1.5 to 2 hour long workshops. At these workshops they learn about how they can themselves take care of their health, how to include a healthy diet, effective physical activity, and meditation or relaxation techniques also belongs in this group. So in these many years that I have been working in the outpatient family clinic, in the past 5 years, the number of patients is increasing that come in because at their workplace they do not feel well. This is something I hadn't experienced before, that a young woman would come in at the point of breakdown because she does not have a good relationship with the boss, with their colleagues. We have such cases, and that's why we upgraded the contents of the workshops with workshops that deal with mental health. We have modules for strengthening health. They were necessary because when we talked to the users, they said that it would be useful that individual modules would then be based on the diseases present there. For example, we have workshops for patients with increased blood pressure, increased number of lipids in the blood, and we have also workshops for physical activities for people older than 65. So we have some in-depth services, for example, consultations for behavior, for healthy losing of weight, long-lasting, 4 months, movement, workshops for movement, 4 months. The time is necessary for the individual to really adopt a new way of movement, for example. And the workshops for mental health are really, there's a demand for them, and the number of participants is growing. We have workshops for support in depression and anxiety and stress. And we have then consultation for people with risky behavior, that is alcohol and drugs and so on. Today I talked to the head of our center. She was waiting for a patient for a treatment because of smoking. And she said she was very happy because the patient stopped smoking, and now they have individual meetings lasting for 1.5 hours to help him really. So the Center for Strengthening Health in Center has a role that is of different levels. So we take care of the health of the people in our 4 municipalities. It takes care of a further professional development of all the people working in the center, and that they then use the new things in their work. So what is important that we all talk the same, that what are, for example, the goal values of blood pressure, of blood cholesterol. So the vulnerable groups, the unemployed, the precarious workers and precarious systems, so we include them all. We also include in our work a cultural mediator with Albanian language, because we realize the number of patients from this area is increasing, and it's difficult to carry out prevention if the patient does not understand you, and vice versa. So we have a workshop for this language group, and we have very good connections with the local community in all respects. These are the building blocks. I'll be a bit shorter than the construction workers here. We have days of open doors for people who come from vulnerable groups, for the unemployed, or others with different social and economic difficult situations. And here we want to really come to these persons, get them. These are the people who usually do not respond to the other programs that we offer. We are always present. We have been for many years in the local communities where activities take place, like lectures, workshops, different measurements where we try to identify risk factors, diabetes, and so on. We are practically present at all different health days and other days that cover individual diseases. We cooperate with humanitarian societies and with the disabled groups. We're present at all fairs. Those who come from Slovenia know well the Celje craft fair. We're very active in the area of promoting SWIT program and other national screening programs. whenever we are invited, we come. Some pictures, I believe that maybe you don't see very well, but still the numbers say even more. If we look at the data, since 1st of January 2016 until the 31st of December 2018, we can see that together we carried out 1,653 workshops, and more than 15,000 people took part. The numbers are only about the organized and structured workshops carried out in the center or wherever we are invited. If a company invites us, we always like to come. So this is available to you. The Institute of Health, National Health Insurance supports that, and our people really know these things well and will be glad to come if you invite them. So, as I mentioned, mainly the patients themselves come to attend these workshops. They simply call in and then they discuss their problem. We're very glad that we were able to attract the young doctors that also cooperate or participate in these workshops to a smaller degree. We have workshops, for example, in the workshop of healthy losing of weight and workshops of diabetes. And if a doctor is present at such a workshop, then the participants like to discuss their problem with him. This is the river flowing through Celje, Savinja. I've been living in Celje for 13, 14 years, and next to this river I've met some lonely people with a dog, but today the picture is very different, as you can see. I'm glad. There are always so many people in Celje, regardless of the weather. Even in bad weather, people opt out for recreation. I think Savinja is the third longest river in Slovenia, and we have an intergenerational walk. That's the picture at the bottom. And here the youngest and the oldest take part. In this way we want to show people that movement, healthy diet, and a little common sense can ensure better health. And in our clinics, outpatient clinics, we know that it is the old people that are coming in great numbers. We can really feel this today, and in the future activities will have to change accordingly. Thank you.
Kubila.
Thank you very much. Now, let us listen to the President of the Medical Chamber of Slovenia, Dr. Zdenka Čebašek, namely, how do doctors care about doctors' health? Good morning and thank you. It was not my idea, I mean the title. There are several authors, but the content corresponds, of course. It would be interesting to see how many of the 400 employees in the health center of Celje take part in various activities. Before I start talking about these issues, I would like to show you a cartoon. It's not a Slovene one, but I'm sure you will understand it. I will start with the cartoon in order to put ourselves into the shoes of this system. We should see
Enter medicine.
So this was a cartoon prepared by Pamela Weiber. I will mention her later on, a doctor from the States, dealing, among other things, with how American doctors experience an epidemic of suicides. What about the health of doctors and dentists? All the studies I have examined lately show that the health of doctors is of certain age groups is no better than the health of comparable professions. In some segments, health is even worse when it comes to doctors. So what needs to be done? Here we have a BMA survey of doctors and students. Doctors, as you can see in the last paragraph, do not take more drugs or alcohol. We perform self-medication to improve our mental state using psychoactive substances. What is recommended to doctors? Correct balanced diet. Okay. When do you have time to consume this good food? Where can you get balanced food? Vendor machines or somewhere else? Regular physical exercise. Those working at the emergency unit get some exercise, enough sleep. We've seen this in the cartoon. Sufficient sleep, at least in some periods. Most doctors have no regular sleeping. Isolation, loneliness is also a problem. Recommendations are similar to other professions, nothing new. But the question is whether doctors can actually live in line with these recommendations. What prevents us from making these recommendations? I believe that one of the answers is burnout. Gregory in 1974 described it as the first one. MKB, there is a special code. There are a number of definitions, you can read them through. Maslach should be mentioned with her test. Maslach is a psychologist. I really admire her. She managed to group them: negative perception of oneself, negative attitude to work, loss of feelings of concern and emotions to clients, to patients. Later on, the definitions changed. In 1995, there were more than 100 definitions. It is also interesting that for some, burnout is something that we have come up with in order to explain some phenomena. And this is also true. Why am I telling you this? Pamela Weibel said that to talk about burnout is bullshit. It's about violence. It's bullying performed by the system on doctors and other healthcare professionals. Some signs, psychological symptoms of burnout: emotional problems continue, irritability, aggression, dissatisfaction and nervousness, depression, and then they try to help themselves out. What are physical symptoms? Sleep disorders. We have to have enough sleep. Very often exhausted doctors look for food. I remember when I was at the clinic, when there was a tense situation, I searched for something sweet, something to hang on. No healthy food, far away. If it was available, I would probably have a candy. Increased susceptibility to disease. We also self-medicate each other. We don't see another doctor. Psychosomatic disorders and harmful use of psychoactive substances, including, of course, alcohol, other drugs, nicotine, and drugs that are very handy. Burnout, there is another aspect. Two types of burnout: active burnout caused by the working environment, and passive burnout as a result of personal characteristics, infectivity and continuity. We know that it is not infectious similarly to infectious diseases, but if the situation is not remediated, we can expect that very soon the whole team will burn out, and this is what regularly takes place. If they identify, recognize burnout, the infectivity is already present. But if doctors were engaged in various rehab and relaxation activities, do we achieve anything? We won't. I can tell you we won't, and I will explain. So this is briefly about the process of Burnout by Fengler. So we can follow this process from ideals and friendliness and politeness and high expectations. We tend to reduce kindness, and then we feel guilty as a result of point 3, and very quickly we feel hopeless and helpless. If nothing changes, it turns into despair, exhaustion, disliking patients. What I dislike most is patience. This is a statement by one of the doctors. I didn't understand him then, but later on, when I studied this phenomenon, I started to understand. And then burnout. We have a couple of symptoms listed. In addition to psychosomatic disorders, we often come across passionate, intimate relationships without love, separation, accidents. This is all connected with burnout. So what are the requirements of the working environment or the workplace? There are realistic requirements by the Health Institute, for example, but there are also personal characteristics of doctors. If we bring them together, we see that burnout is the necessary outcome. But to complicate further, we have the contradiction between the requirements and the actual execution of obligations at the workplace. There is some lack of clarity regarding the expectations and priorities and assessment. And this is what really kills you. Well, we have mechanisms of rewarding. I know of 2 such institutions in Slovenia. Mostly they don't use it, they don't know how to use them because the expectations are so unclear. Now, stressors at workplace, lack of competence. It's not only professionalism. There are also administrative and computer competencies that we lack. These are the competencies we are never taught. Our generation grew up without computers. And now we are about to complete or finish our career with computers. We learned all about the computers ourselves. We have some problems with our vision, fingers. And of course, it's easier to learn if you know who and why we learn things. And burnout is additionally worsened by working conditions leading to reduced professional autonomy. This is the crucial problem. Our knowledge has to be put aside, and we should give priority to the requirements of the paying authority. The payer. This is the list of the International Labour Organization, where in environments with a lack of human resources, bullying is the problem. We are talking about a systemic type of violence, where there is insufficient number of employees. and at the end, at the bottom of this list, have unclear rules of management. If you read the rules of the Public Health Institute, you wouldn't be able to follow them. In March, they provided a 200-page brochure for doctors, what you need to click and how to proceed. And now, bullying, ill treatment, where there is not enough of employees, where there are insufficient resources, and where there are unclear rules. And my favorite Pamela Weibel, we write to each other. We would say that orthopedic surgeons are very strong personalities, but after the suicide of the 33rd orthopedic surgeon, his suicide, he prepared a lecture on how to prevent number 34. It's about doctors who can no longer perform their work. A Center for Physician Rights was established. I am a member. So this is the lecture by Pamela Weibel. And now our situation. 5 more minutes and now I can take a slower pace. The medical chamber tries to take into account these guidelines. Correct balanced diet with Mr. Femts, who is preparing our food. We have been in contact with him, and we have a vegan and vegetarian corner. We always make sure there is enough of fruits and salad. How can you make sure your diet is correct and balanced at your workplace? This is something to figure out. Sitting disease, I like it. I'm happy with myself. I work in an office, but whenever I have to talk to my secretary, I always walk to her. I never call her. And this is what I recommend to you. While I was still at the clinic, I always fetched a patient. This was done somehow instinctively. But I don't get enough sleep. Every night is too short for me. The message from the cartoon is also, we have to arrange working conditions. This is a precondition for preventive programs to be effective. Otherwise, doctors won't engage into health promotion programs. They just want to go home and be away from the workplace. In the medical chamber, we try to provide to our members all these activities. We organized education and training courses. Generic knowledge is shared. For example, how to resolve conflicts, how to stand up for yourself. Then we have talking evenings, discussion evenings. Evenings with literature where we present authors who are also doctors. We have exhibitions, concerts. We have our sports society, Medicus. On the other hand, we offer legal aid. We have our medical ombudsman with consultants, fully engaged every month. We have a mediation office. We have a task force. Let's not allow violence, bullying. There will be more task forces in the future to offer assistance to the victims of violence, of bullying. And we have various training sessions on conflict resolution. The chamber, medical chamber, is trying to provide some of these activities to its members. But we know that the headquarters is in Ljubljana, and the activities are not available or accessible to all doctors. But in fact, this is only decoration. We haven't done much. And this way we will not be able to resolve the issues in our healthcare system. We have to cooperate, we have to demand respect, our values, and our wish is to work quality for our patients. Thank you very much.
Hvala lepa.
Thank you. Slovenia is well known for the many spas. It's a country of spas. What are the trends and opportunities in health tourism? Mr. Istok Alpower from the Association of Slovene Natural Spas to take the floor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished Dr. Plasnik, thank you very much for the invitation. And let me say something outside the medical environment. So I don't come from the same environment as all the rest of the presenters today, but maybe I will be able to show you some trends that are present in the world, and that is the key question, definition. We will be talking about the medical, health, thermal, wellness, tourism. So the things that are needing definitions. I will be presenting some leading organizations, world trends, and will return to the Slovene natural spas. The preparation is in English, at least the slides are in English, and I am convinced that some of the trends that have been presented will be or are known to you. The general definition. So there is also already a controversy in this definition because the profession itself does not know whether it's a health or medical tourism. I quoted here three experts that the three experts that don't have the same definition. So Dr. Karen, Dr. Bridges. This is organized travel outside one's local environment for the maintenance, enhancement, or restoration of an individual well-being in mind and body. A subset of this is medical tourism, which is organized travel outside one's natural healthcare jurisdiction for the enhancement of restoration of the individual's health through medical intervention. In Slovenia, we have, in order for you to understand, we use the expressions health prevention tourism, then health wellness tourism or health medical oriented tourism comes from a book by Rumbach. But if I speak from my area, the spa tourism, we are the closest to thermal spa or wellness tourism because the translations of spa tourism are available. So how did it all start? We can say that health, medical or well-being tourism, that it has existed for a long time. It started in old Greece, ancient Greece. Apollo's son, Asclepius, was a healer, and it started with him. We also know his double, Aesculap, but Asclepion was a health temple, and the leading people went there, and you needed to sleep there. So they were really measuring, there was a time when they measured how many nights you spent somewhere. So when you slept there, they tried then to figure out what kind of medicines you need. There are lots of stories connected with ancient Greece that talk about the development of this. Which are the leading organizations of the medical, thermal, wellness and health tourism? Number one, European Association, Interspa. European Spa Association. Last week, the European Conference took place. We've been members since 2016. In Croatian Tuchel, the conference was in Croatian Tuchel, and in 2020 it will be in Slovenia, and it will be an opportunity to see the world trends. There are world speakers will talking there. Then we have an organization called Global Wellness Institute, preparing every day a summit. They have about 600 delegations that come from the whole world. And there they listen to the leading speakers from the area of medical tourism and wellness. And Eric Dubois, who is the president of the French European Association. NTJ is a bit more European-oriented organization. Keith Pollack is its leader from the United Kingdom. It's like a medical travel journal. They also prepare every day a meeting and a conference. HTI, Health Tourism Industry, established by a Croatian colleague, Radovic. They have 16 wellness clinics, energy clinics, and he is one of the leaders in offering the guidelines of health tourism. And of course in America you have the Medical Tourism Association led by René Maria Stefano. Maybe I should say a word about some world associations, FENTEC, Climate Therapy, ISMH, another international society, OMTH is so on. There are many world European associations that in one way or another deal with the topic. What are the world trends? Maybe I can quote Dr. Prem Jakiasi here. He is the world leader in this area. He's been awarded a prize frequently. He's also the manager of 50 websites and most quoted expert in this area. His first trend is what we heard yesterday and today, artificial intelligence, or rather how by scanning 1 million documents in a few seconds we can diagnose a patient in a few minutes. So these are miraculous moments. So what can actually this artificial intelligence do in the area of health? So, a growing trend on personalized medicine. So in other developing countries, this will grow. And with this connected are the costs for cancer in the developed Western world, which forces people to look for low-cost options in emerging medical tourism destinations. So we have these different computer applications in health tourism. And then we have these mobile applications, how you can monitor the patient with the help of telemedicine, then the post-operative care with advanced software, and for the first time, something hasn't been mentioned, enhanced adoption of blockchain technology. This is also a trend of the future. Of course, you could find another speaker listing further things, but maybe just a few important ones are worth mentioning. An importance, so ITB, the World Tourist Fair, puts great importance on medical tourism. So they have a greater number of exhibitors, and they, in this way at the fair, they enable the meetings of world experts in this area. Some numbers are given here. Within ITB, you can read about that. The world of medical tourism has long been globalized. The latest report, it says that the global medical tourism industry is worth $100 billion, and the prediction for 2025, the growth will go up by 25%. So it's an important economic factor. So which are the leading countries in the area of medical tourism? Well-known destinations which developed in the last 10-15 years: India, Brazil, Malaysia, Thailand, Turkey, Mexico, Costa Rica, Taiwan, South Korea, and Singapore. In Europe, Germany, France, Spain, Portugal, the West European countries, and in strong development are Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, and Croatia, that as a neighboring country has made great progress by organizing medical tourism in clusters. There are 3 or 4 of them, and they have next to this great support of the state. They adapted the legislation, and they have the support of the Chamber of Commerce and the Ministry of Health, Chamber of Industry, I'm sorry. From medical tourism, let's go to the global wellness economy and the wellness players. So, what does global wellness economy look like? We can see that this area is gaining in importance at the world level. At 2017, this economy had 4.2 trillion market return. It grew by 6.4% annually, that's twice as fast as world economic growth. So wellness expenditures are by half more expensive. The wellness industry represents today 5.3% of global economic output. Among the 10 wellness market analyzed revenue growth leaders in year 2015 and 17 were the spa industry, 9.8%, and wellness tourism, 6.5%. If you look at the top here on the right, the areas that the study covered, the largest share is wellness tourism, we are somewhere in the spa economy circle. The smaller one, the thermal and mineral springs, represents a small share, but the very strong one is the personal, anti-aging and beauty tourism. The Global Wellness Institute prepared at the annual level numerous trends. We can say that the trends are quite widespread, and in the forecasts we can see that they adapt a little. So I won't go into detail here. Maybe an escape into nature is important, or nature by prescription. Sounds absurd, but today we are aware of the importance of movement and healthy diet. So it's an important trend. And maybe the fourth trend can be interesting. Wellness takes on over-tourism. We all know what over-tourism means. Wellness can be a good alternative to that. Mainly in the European arena, the spas and wellness oases without, outside city centers that are well visited. So, for example, they're not in city centers. No, but we know that people want to see Mona Lisa and Big Ben, but a wellness center is alternative to that. We heard about sleep and sugar detox. There is a new trend for a middle-aged man who is a frequent visitor in the wellness center. So that was number 8. The Global Wellness Institute gives some information or offers the so-called wellness moonshot. This is a very brave thing. This is a wellness service on the moon. Maybe moonshot cannot be well translated. Richard Cremona, a doctor, personal doctor of Mr. Bush, and his goal was that all the chronic diseases should be uprooted by bringing together a wellness and health industry. Maybe a Hot Springs initiative deserves a mention. This is one of the 21 initiatives of the Global Wellness Institute. I am present there as well, myself. This is the closest to what we can apply to Slovenia, the Slovene thermal spa springs. So where are we with these spas? So we know where they're located. We have 15 unique stories, natural spas. They're all members of the Slovene Association of Spas. So what is the strength, their strength? They generate 1/3 of all the accommodations of Slovene tourism. You can see that they offer opportunities to sleep in hotels, more than 10,000 such beds, and then in camps. Last time we had 842,000 guests, 3 million accommodations, and the annual, the hotels are filled up to 64%. Nature, tradition, knowledge, all this is connected in Slovene tourism. So I would like to here talk about the wellness programs that include the natural healthy factors, plus the knowledge and application of these can make all the programs, prevention, and natural programs most effective. 2 prevention programs. One is the detox donut program. There is a key study that was done in 2017, intervention prospective study, and a review of what is happening in Terme Zrice spa. So these are just examples of prevention programs. I see my time is running out, so I would like to thank you for your attention. And I'm inviting all, especially the foreign guests, to visit our spas. Of course, and everybody else. There are 15 of them, and if you spend 3 days in each one of them, that's quite some time. Thank you.
Najlepša hvala. Torej,
Thank you very much. So it's a deal to go to a natural spa at least once a year. What about in the East? We are honored to welcome our Chinese partner, the author of a very popular device. Many of you have tried to measure your vital activities. Luc Saubin from Mo Health Company to present the new era of health management in China, offline and online solutions.
So I'm from China. So my name is Xiaobin Luo. I don't know how many of you can actually pronounce my first name correctly. And I noticed that there will be another speaker, after me. So it's running late. So I will try to catch up the speed. So actually today, as some of you might know, our company's name is called Mo Health. So we are one of the leading digital health management company in China. So today, I will just briefly, introduce what we have done over the past few years in the health management industry, and what's our understanding of the health management opportunity in the Chinese market. So most of you already listened to the presentation yesterday given by the professor from and the expert from Mayo Clinics. So 80% of the deaths related to any sort of the condition actually is related to our lifestyles. So as you can see, lack of exercise, unhealthy diet, use, tobacco, smoking, excessive uptake of alcohol, or due to the pollution of your environment can actually cause death eventually. So this is pretty, a global issue for any country. It's also the same in China. As you look at this number, in China, we have over 300 million of smokers, 270 million hypertensive patients, 200 million, people, they are overweight, and we have a confirmed diabetic patient over 100 million. And there is also 100 million COPD patient that is caused by either the habit of smoke and the air pollution. So this is really, severe situation we have to solve. But unfortunately, right now, the medical system in China is also overburdened. We have a huge burden of this. So one way for the government is trying to build up more hospital, trying to, educate or bring more doctors to the front line. But it can never be achieved like this. The only way to solve this eventually is we have to spend some more time or putting more resources on the prevention side. That's why, More Health is established. And this is also very interesting. As you might see, like China actually right now has the largest number of the internet user, globally. And among this internet user, 98% of them, are actually access to the internet over their cell phone, mobile phone. And this is the comparison between US and China in terms of the online shopping or online purchasing habit for this, like the mobile user. As you can see, like in China, 55% of the mobile cell phone user, they get used to purchase things through their cell phone. This is one habit, and this is also like they turn to make their purchasing, like a decision via our cell phone. So this is the chance. As we understand, for health management, there are 3 key issues. So in the next couple of slides, I'm gonna start to, to introduce how we're gonna actually provide our health management solution to the customer. So the first question for the health management, obstacle in China is that health management compared to the medical service is not the real need. So people might not think of it if they are not illness. So we should have a way to more interactively, engage with this customer to fulfill their need. And the second big question for health management in China is that we should actually have a technological improvement to allow the customer to actually see whether their health status has been improved. So that requires probably like the invention of different kinds of wearables, different kinds of checking devices. And the third major question for health management is that who's going to pay for it? As I mentioned yesterday. So in China, we don't have a very similar kind of like the insurance industry like in the Western country. Right now, the health insurance product in China is still in its very early stage. So that's the chance. So that's why we started our own business, in More Health, focusing on these 3 aspects. Trying to attract more customer with our, entertaining, kind of like the health management solution. And trying to bring up all the new technology to allow customer to see actually how their health status is going. And trying to build up a successful business model with all the insurance company. As you might know, the major stakeholder of More Health is, fortunately, is the major, insurance company in China. So for instance, China Pacific and Sunshine Insurance, which ranks, the 3rd and the 7th, the largest insurance company in China are our stakeholder. And we also have the largest bank, the Agricultural Bank of China, who is also like our shareholder. So thanks to all this, shareholder, we have a chance to actually develop, some sort of the methodology to help the customer to engage with health management, to realize actually the health management solution can actually improve or help their, to improve their awareness of the, the health. So this is like the chance for our company. So we established back in 2014. So at that time, we're only a division within a large firm. So we went independently in 2015. So in 2016, we got the first round of fundraising, and we built our platform called More Plus. So More Plus is actually the platform with which we can collect all the health behavior data through the wearables. So I'm gonna, give a detailed information later on. So in 2017, we have another round of fundraising, and also we develop an M score. M scores actually is quite a revolutionary, well, we think, kind of like the score, actually can help the customer to monitor the changes of their health status. So with this, we are able to quantify it, not only like just giving a RUS assessment, we are able to quantify how much they actually contribute to their own health. So last year, we finished the C round, and we are trying to establish some international collaboration. So that's why, I'm here. So this is also like for our More Health, it will be the first attempt to enter the, the foreign market. And we are now the first brand in the health management industry in China. We have over 16 million online users. And there are 5 divisions within More Health. And as you can see here, it composed of like both the online solution plus the offline solution. I'm gonna explain later on. So our first division is called More Health. More Health is more like a comprehensive health management platform that can not only provide the health management solution like exercise, nutrition, sleep, stress, but also we're going to provide our customer the necessary medical service or the necessary medical support. In addition to the medical support, we also have a license which allows us to give our customer a self-test medication, so they can buy the medicine online. On top of these 3 services, we also provide our customer with a chance to purchase their insurance on their need. So this is quite innovative. So the major business for More Health actually divided, falling into 2 categories. First is to insurance. So we have actually launched an inventive insurance policy to, version 2.0 this year. So actually what is quite new with this insurance, policy is called, we are the first company who are actually combine our health management solution together, with the insurance product. So for this inventive insurance, we need to, define what will the health status or the portraits of our customer. Then we're gonna give them the personalized, health management intervention, and the process of their, health behavior change will be monitored by the variables that we give to the client. So with the checking of this, the whole process, we are able to revert their health behavior contribution by, even give them the variables for free or lower their premium for the next year. So this is quite innovative. And the second major business we have down in China is also we provide a cooperative, health management solution for the company. So for each of our client, the company or the employer, we're going to provide, you know, like all these services. So the medical checkup is actually one of the, you know, like the free like services we can provide. So this makes us very competitive, you know, in the Chinese market. So these are some of our clients. So as you can see, right now, mostly like over 80% of the, you know, the insurance company already have the business with us. And we also, you know, like have some big client from the industry, from the, you know, enterprise side who, you know, actually choosing to collaborate with us. So for More Plus, as I already introduced briefly, this is more like a health data portal for us. So with More Plus, we are able to connect with over 300 different kinds of the wearables. So through the collection of, you know, the health data generated from these wearables, we were able to establish a health portrait for our client. So with this portrait, we can actually provide later on a personalized health solution for them. So these are some of the customer for More Plus. As you might see, like for most of the hardware manufacturer, you know, the third-party medical service provider, they are all choosing to collaborate with us because when we integrate the function of More Health into their platform, they are enabled to collect all this health data. And this is also the case for all the smartphone manufacturer, insurance company, and the other enterprise. So there is another like department in More Health. It's called More Cloud. So the purpose of establishing More Cloud is that once we have a massive of this health data, how are we going to do with it? So once we establish a portrait of, you know, a health data for one client, how are we going to deliver a personalized health solution? So that requires technology. So More Cloud is driven by AI, artificial intelligence. And the algorithm we have developed over the past few years are actually coming from all the massive data we collect. So right now, we're also using this algorithm to pass the health management professional examination in China. So the results we will probably release later in August. So this is quite, you know, a de novo approach to prove that we have this capacity. The contribution of your health behavior can be reflected by M-score, as I mentioned. So this M-score is quite valuable. It's extremely useful for the insurance company to determine as individual what's their health status and what's their health behavior and what's their chance of become illness. So if we have all this information, that we can easily decide which and what sort of the, you know, the health insurance we can give to the client and how much will be the premium. In addition to, you know, all the, you know, the online solution that we have provided to our client, we think that the health management can never be fulfilled if we don't build up our physical space to do the follow-up. So that's why at the beginning of last year, we start to look around globally. So we ended up to have the collaboration with Canada Wellness Institute. So Canada Wellness Institute is also, you know, focusing on the lifestyle medicine. So through their solution, we provide the offline, you know, physical advice or instruction for any, you know, like individual on 4 aspects, still the same: exercise, nutrition, mental health, and sleep. So the core value of our CWI later on in China, as you can see here, is that with the help of more health, we can increase, the offline operation capacity. And this physical space actually has the ability to collect the data simultaneously. So whenever a customer join in our facility, finish the exercise, they will see their report right away. When they get out of our facility, we will continuously check their, health behavior through the variables. So all this data gonna, store in the cloud and showing to the customer. So in the next 3 years, so we are trying, we are thinking, with this model, we can collaborate, with hospital, enterprise, real estate company, or government, and, even the insurance company to build up more and more this site. So we can better provide, this, de novo health management services. So at the end, I will like to play the video which can better give you an idea like how our CW size looks like. Yeah. So we can actually so welcome to communicate afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Let's take a walk to the other side of the world, to the United States. We say that the Americans are quick in changing the currency and calculating everything in dollars. So what are the characteristics of the distribution wellness network and the pitfalls and opportunities? Mr. Voisin, he's a worldwide counselor, consultant. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? Great. Well, we've been sitting long enough. Dr. Olson has talked to us about the sitting disease, and I think I have it in my butt. So what I'd like to do is have everybody get up, if you would. We're going to do a couple of things here to stretch ourselves. How many in here take a yoga class on a regular basis, by a show of hands? Turn around and look at some of the hands. Okay. I happen to be a 4-time-a-week yoga enthusiast. How many of you meditate on a regular basis? Maybe once, twice? Great. If you turn around and look at the hands, you'll see that we're seeing trends, right? And the most important thing is, the gentleman was talking about the spas. Most of the spas are offering this kind of service. So what I'd like for us to do, and I actually have been to the same yoga class so many times that I remember every move, right? So what happens is when I wake up in the morning, I get in my room, and in my hotel room here, and I basically go through an hour-long yoga process on my own and a half-an-hour meditation. And I think that it's really important to kind of center your day, right? Because we've all been sitting here for a long time. It almost feels like we've had a fire hose of health that we've all taken in today, right? And the fire hose is pretty big. So let's just put our hands over our heads, okay? And let's grab one of our wrists and move to one side or the other to try and stretch. Let's stretch the other side. Let's do that again. And let's stretch the other side. Okay, great. Now, bring your hands down, if you would, please. And let's just see how many of us can touch our toes. So if you would, put your arms up, breathe in. In the process, this is all about breath. Breathe out. And take your hands down to your toes. And take your hands up. And let's go back down to our toes again. Okay? Now, while you're standing there, if you would please, now that we've moved a little bit, one of the things I'd like you to do is just get in touch inside yourself, right? We've all been listening to all this. Our heads are filled with knowledge now, right? And we're also excited about going to lunch. I don't know what's worse, is being the speaker before lunch or being the speaker after lunch. But the reality is that I happen to be the speaker before lunch, so I get the opportunity to help you get ready for lunch. How's that? So if you would, just put your hands down by your sides with your palms this way. And if you would, I'd like you to go inside. This is your permission, your time to go inside. And I'm going to give you 1 minute of silence. So close your eyes if you would, please. And I know most of you are going to have these running thoughts in your head about lunch and emails and all that. And what I'd like for you to do is try and drop that monkey mind that runs all the time. So let's just breathe in. And if you breathe in twice, and then hold it at the top, and then go. Let's breathe in again. Hold it. Pull tight, tight, tight. Drop it. center of your forehead in between your eyes. Continue recognizing your breath. Be aware of the breath going in and out of your nostrils. And let's take one deep breath and let's let it out. And you can open your eyes. Now, you should feel a little bit ready for lunch now, right? So because these presentations are running over, I'm going to do my best to make mine a little shorter. If you want to keep standing during my presentation, you have my permission to stand because we have been sitting on our butts for a very, very, very long time. So, you know, you might think, well, geez, what happened to the presentation? Here this guy is talking about building bridges to success in well-being markets. And there's the Golden Gate Bridge. But I live in San Diego. So it's like, so what's the deal? You know, I should have had the Coronado Bay Bridge up there. The reality is that, you know, we are all in the wellness business. But how many of you know this Einstein saying? Albert Einstein said, and I'm paraphrasing, he said, keep doing the same things and expecting different results is the definition of insanity. And I'll repeat that. Keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. And the reality is our healthcare system and our wellness system has been insane, especially in the United States. For those of you who know, we had Obama who brought in Obamacare, and now we've got President Trump who's trying to take out Obamacare, and it's such a confusing market for the distribution of insurance products. Now, my background is I spent 30 plus years putting insurance plans into organizations, big organizations. Now, in your country, I know it doesn't quite work this way here, but we actually had to sell the insurance in and design it. So we would design these plans. And what I found after a number of years is no matter how many times I designed a plan to help the employees, I found out that it wasn't working. It was like it almost never worked. It was like actuarially. How many of you understand what an actuary is? That's a person at an insurance company that counts up the beans and says things are either going right or they're going wrong. It's like an accountant. That accountant basically says, we got a problem here, NASA. We don't think we can continue this pattern. What's happening in the United States is this. We've seen year in and year out, as long as I can remember, a 6% average increase in health. 6%. And it hasn't stopped, and there's no indication that it's going to stop. If it continues on, is it sustainable? Absolutely not. There is no fricking way that we can sustain it. What do you think it costs? I'm just going to go out there today. What do you think it costs a family of 4 to insure themselves in the United States? Does anybody have any idea? Just an average. We're looking at approximately, and I don't know how to put this in euros, because you're at 1.12 in euros. So I'm going to try and equate it in euros. And don't fall off your chairs when I give you this number, but it's about 1,800 euros a month. It's approximately 1,800 euros a month for a family of 4 to insure themselves. Now, do most Americans make that kind of money to be able to do that? No. The answer is correct, no. And so that presents a problem, doesn't it? And the problem isn't just wellness, because here's the key. Which side here? We basically have a problem, NASA, and that is there's more than one problem. And that problem currently today is not only the delivery of the healthcare system. So who is that? Well, that's my fine friends at Mayo Clinic, and it's all the other people who deliver this and the costs associated with it. But it's very bifurcated. What I mean by bifurcated, I mean it's split. We have all these various markets and people and insurance companies and wellness people. And you think your market's confusing here, go to the United States and try and figure out who's on first base. Because the reality is our marketplaces, while very robust in delivery, the delivery of the marketplaces are very confusing for the consumer. Just trying to understand health insurance alone. So we have health insurance counselors, people that come in and meet in big corporations and try and help people understand even what the healthcare is, because it is that confusing. But where does the responsibility lie? All throughout this workshop, I've been sitting here 2 days and I say, I do a podcast program. I've done 712 podcasts. It's called Inside Personal Growth. I interview people on wellness. I interview them on health. I interview them on business. I interview them on spirituality. And I interview them on business. And here's what I've learned after all the personal growth programs I've done. The number one responsibility for our own wellness is ours. Okay? If we're not taking personal responsibility, there's nobody out there that we can point a finger to that we can say, oh, they're responsible for us. There's nobody responsible for us other than us. So what is it that we are going to do, and that's part of the issue in the United States, is what can individuals do to improve their health, and what are the trends? So what we're looking at here is we're saying, well, these corporations are adopting these wellness programs, but are people using them? So the contradicting numbers are, well, we got all these people, it says 72% of organizations are offering wellness. And this is from a leading study. All these things are from studies. Another 16% are going to offer them this coming year. So if you add up the number, that's 90%, right? That means 90% of the organizations in the US in some way have it. But it's usually bundled by the insurance carrier, and the carrier is giving an incentive to say, well, if you do X, and we're going to talk about a few of the incentives, we're going to reduce that $1,800 euro premium by X, whatever it might be, a few bucks, right? So 96% of it either are going to keep it or maintain it or are going to use it. Oops, I went the wrong way. Pardon me. So, as they surveyed these companies, they looked to the data and they said, so what are you looking for? What do you need? What needs to happen so that the message gets back that the spaceship can actually land back on, Earth? Better results measurements. So, okay, this machine that Ken brought in, it gives a biometric kind of profile, right? The only thing he didn't take was our blood, but I was pretty amazed at the actual data that machine was able to give us. But we do health risk assessments, HRA. So those health risk assessments set your baseline, and then from your baseline, you're supposed to improve your BMI and your blood pressure and all the other things, and reduce the medications you're taking and antidepressants and all the other things that are driving healthcare costs up. Because as I mentioned a few minutes ago, the actuaries are sitting back there counting the dollars. They're saying, well, how much is this costing? What does all this cost? The next thing is developing ways to help staff manage well-being programs, improve incentive programs. I talked a little bit about it, but what we say is, well, we need to actually create an incentive program that gets those people who are paying 1,800 euros for their family to be insured to actually go on the wellness program, actually have their families go on it. They also need to find budgets for this. Well, these big companies, when I would go into companies, what happens is treating sickness is the number one concern, not bringing wellness in. And they'll say to you, you know what? We're spending enough premium on just treating sickness. We're really not interested in that wellness crap that you have, because we have all our dollars allocated toward treating sickness, right? And then you get the people, when you do get the wellness plan, we call them the walking well. Those are the people where they say, well, do you want to participate? And they go, No, I feel healthy the way I am. You know, I'm walking well. So out of a population of 100, let's say, 60 people say no. They go, I can't get any better than what I already am, so why do I need your stupid little application? Why do I need that? Well, why you need it is because in the personal growth industry, and what you learn is that if you don't have something that creates awareness that you need to make a change, which is what the application that Giannis has developed does, it creates awareness. Think about it. I did a little survey when I was in Minneapolis with Andre and Giannis. And I asked the audience, I said, how many apps do you have on your phone? So somebody just call out a number that they think they've got apps on their phone. How many apps do you have on your phone? You, sir. About. How many? You don't know. Does anyone know how many apps they have on their phone? 30. Okay. So let's just say it's 30 average apps. But the reality is, how many of them do you use? One or two. So we have somebody who relates here. I use my banking app. I use my other app. But I don't do it. I have 1 minute. Oh, boy. Well, did you cut my time? You must have. Okay. So you must have cut my time. All right. Well, I guess I'm done. No, I'm just kidding. So what's popular in well-being programs? Physical activity, health risks, body metric screening, all of these things, mental health, and so on. 37% of the organizations offer incentives. Those incentives are in the form of gift cards, insurance discounts. We have things in the United States called health HRAs or HRA contributions. Those are reimbursement programs. So those programs are run by our government, and the government says if you participate, we let you do that pre-tax. So you can do that on a pre-tax basis on those savings accounts, paid time off, and lower deductibles. The other thing is, what do employers really want? They are really looking for these things. They're saying, hey, look, if you're going to bring in your application, it better help us do some of these things, or we're not interested. So we want less apps, we want more presenteeism, we want enhanced employee recruitment and retention, workforce productivity, becoming an employer of choice, and the top one, obviously, the top one is reducing the healthcare costs. We want our healthcare costs to go down, okay? So, what does 24 Life Mayo Clinic build? Into this application that I believe is better. I'm the one that has to be out on the front and try and convince insurance brokers to actually take this product in to the companies. Whether it's 1,000, 2,000, 4,000 employees, it doesn't matter how many people it is, those brokers have to be convinced that what you're offering for the dollars that you're choosing, its value is the value greater than, you know, actually the cost that I'm going to pay for it, right? They want to know that value equation. So what I believe that the 24 Life application offers, which is why I've affiliated with Giannis and Andre and the 24 Life team, which I really want to thank for putting on a great program here, is that quality of the service and software and deliverables and user interface is exceptional. User interface is a key. Secondly, the quality of the well-being programs that the Mayo Clinic doctors have actually put into the program so far, with more to come, because we aren't done yet. The effective solutions on the a la carte. You don't actually have to take all of them. You can take whatever applications it is. So you don't have to take every one of the things that we currently offer. Continual development of new programs, ongoing support, and brand recognition. Obviously, having Mayo Clinic's name on it for us in the United States certainly doesn't hurt to have Mayo Clinic's name on it, because it's a great brand. A team of dedicated professionals. So, in closing, what can I ask of you and the audience to do? Number one, as we close here, what I'd like you to do is, because I said the responsibility lies with you, and it does, go to a partner next to you and ask them what's one thing they're going to change, either mentally, emotionally, psychologically, physically, about their health this year. What's one thing? Because Dr. Hinsrud alluded to it in the diet. It's all about those little small, what we call proximal goals. So if you're going to set a goal and you want to talk to your neighbor, if you would, I'm going to give 1 minute, because she said I don't have 1 minute left anymore. I'm done. But the reality is, if you left here with any one thing, it would be one, take responsibility for your own health. Two, decide what it is that you're going to do to change your health. Three, if you're interested in putting in an application, I would recommend the 24 Life application because this is a commercial for that, and I believe that it will actually help. And four, here's a cool picture of the Three Musketeers. Behind my office is the Three Musketeers. The only thing we didn't have on were little hats. You know, we probably should have had those on. So take a second here, and if you want, maybe even over lunch, talk to somebody and say, what is the one thing that you want to make a change? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Greg. Hvala še preostalim 4 govorcem tega panela. Zunaj nas že čaka kosilo. Želim vam dober tek. Predlagam, da malo hitreje pojemo, pa se čez 40 minut spet dobimo. Dober tek.
See you in 40 minutes.
Prepreči to, da ker večina slovenskega kašlja se dobijo staršev. Ja. Ja, moj kar, okej. Jan je še notač. Skole, a?
Mislim, meni je bilo direktno 90% vseh bolnikov, ki so imeli bolečine, obdelanih za CT ali cena takšne preiskave.
Ti pa res delajo.
To je ta strojnik. Pa zablokirajo. Pol kasneje so tako naspozirani, da ne more govoriti brez tega. Čisto prvega.
Zdaj So just hit the.
Yeah, I'll do that for you.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Okay, so, ko ga napovem, boste vi premaknili in on klika dol in dela.
Tako.
Okay.
Use the arrows or this one?
To the right?
To the right, yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, beautiful.
Dobrodošli nazaj.
Welcome back. The most courageous will persist. The third panel is ahead of us. How to live long and quality. Yesterday we asked ourselves how long we want to live, and we came up with 90, 100, 120 years. And how? But the question was also whether we want to live quality as well. Taking into account the trends, we decided to devote the whole panel to this topic. An example of best practice and how this issue is tackled in the States will be presented by Tony Enquist, Charters House within Mayo Clinic.
Stage is yours.
Good afternoon. Well, as it's hard to believe, we're entering the third session of the 8th Annual Symposium. And I don't know about you, but I think we should give Giannis and his outstanding staff from 24A Life a big round of applause. I do want to thank them for the opportunity to talk about a passion of mine, which is Charterhouse. And I am the current executive director of Charterhouse, Mayo Clinic's only senior living community of its kind. I've been there for the last 14 years. I looked at the session name and it said, live longer and prosper. I think we could use that as our motto for Charterhouse as people come there. As we're thinking about living in a senior community, I would ask the question, will you think you'll be in a senior community someday? I know for some of us, we're a little bit closer. We may be 5, 10 years. I know by looking at the age of the audience, some of you may be 60 years away, and it's far from your imagination to live in a senior community. But I think what we do know, we want to live and age well, and we want quality of life wherever we may end up in our life throughout our lifetime. Let me tell you a little bit about Charterhouse. As you can see, it's 22 stories tall. It is a high-rise. We have 3 restaurants. 2 of them are on top of our 22-floor building. We also have a restaurant on the main floor, which is more of, I call it food fast, not fast food. We have 4 levels of care, and let me explain those. So everyone who comes to Charterhouse starts in the independent apartment. It's a full apartment. It would be like a downtown condo. It's got a kitchen and living room, of course, bathroom, and sometimes they have multiple bedrooms. But our levels of care, we're able to take services or care services, we call it home health, into their apartment. Our goal is to have individuals live in those apartments for as long as possible. But if they're unable, they need some assistance, more likely 24-hour assistance. They need help going to the bathroom. They help get up in the morning, get dressed. Then they go to what we call assisted living. And if their needs are very intense, I think the term was used, nursing home or long-term care, we have a setting for those individuals as well, that they typically are there then for the rest of their lives. We have 400 residents at Charterhouse, and it's supported by 400 staff members. A lot of them are part-time because we are a 24-hour operation, but there are 400 residents for that. We are in a downtown location. We are just 2 blocks from Mayo Clinic, so it's very accessible for our residents to walk. We see a lot more scooters these days if their mobility is more challenged. So that is an excellent proximity, and also if whether or not they want to go to theater, they want shopping, or other going to their medical appointments, makes it very convenient. So today, as we take a look at Charterhouse, it's our goal to have an environment where individuals have the optimal life, living, and lifestyle. And we've heard a lot about lifestyle today. We want to ensure that individuals have quality of life throughout their continuum as they live the rest of their life. Because when people come to Charterhouse, that typically is the last place that they live. And we have a unique relationship with Mayo Clinic, that we are part of Mayo Clinic, so we can tap in and we look for opportunities to learn from the expertise of our physicians and other practices that we can embed into our operation. So we want to take a look at what individuals can do and not what they cannot do throughout their lives. So this would be a typical home-like slide for an apartment. It's spacious. It has the full gamut, as I said, like a downtown condo. Individuals decorate it as they wish, and there are various options for them. We have 17 different styles for individuals from 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. So as individuals bring their goods, we want them to feel at home. This is their home. What's a little bit extra though, we have the care services, We have a call system in case they have emergencies in the middle of the night. And we have staff that can go up and fix any appliance that they might have as they're living there. As they don't own it, they're renting it from us. So the optimal senior living community, in our mind, would offer the variety for individuals and to make sure that they can make it their home as they live the rest of their life. If we talk about lifestyle, this is a great picture of lifestyle. This is Dr. Konrad Scham and his wife Lori. They're originally from Germany. He was a professor in the United States, and they came to us about 14 years ago. And as you can see, they're enjoying dinner, a fine dining up on our 22nd floor. You also notice that they have that German bottle of beer in front of them. So as we take a look at the optimal senior living, we want to provide a lot of variety in the menu options, but also allow individuals to complement their meal, whether it's a beer, glass of wine, or some other type of beverage that's familiar to them and is more like a home-like setting. Dr. Scham, just for your information, he plays tennis about 2 to 3 times a week. He's one of our oldest tennis players at 94, still playing tennis. So live long, live well. So as we talk about lifestyle, some of the key aspects, resources, our programs, our fitness, how we stimulate cognitive health, the psychological impact, and intergenerational experiences. One of the key resources for us is our bus service. As individuals age, we know if there's challenges with their eyesight or hearing, many of them choose not to drive anymore, and only about 1/3 of our residents actually drive. But this still gives them independence to go to their medical appointments. They may want to go out, go shopping, go to the theater, so it still maintains that level of independence, even though they may no longer be able to drive themselves. Another significant resource, and we know by the medical research, is that stimulating individuals by learning new information stimulates positive cognitive health. This is a picture of our library. Now, not everyone has a library of this size, but there's over 4,000 volumes. And one of the growing number of volumes has large print because we have more and more individuals with visual deficit. But for our residents, this is a key social interaction, but it's also a learning environment where we may have a book club, individuals may conduct a lecture, could be one of our staff, a Mayo Clinic staff member, or our residents themselves. They're very intellectual and have a lot of experiences to share with the resident population. So an optimal senior living community is going to have a wide variety of sources and resources that we can bring to those individuals to continue to learn and to continue to get out and about. Of course, you must have a game room, and this is one of my favorites. We have 2 pool tables. You can't quite see the ping pong table. I don't know if they call it table tennis. Electronic dartboard, and what we call a jukebox, or to play music on its own. So we give individuals a wide variety of activities that they do on their own or in an organized fashion. And again, it's part of that socialization and involvement with their community. Another resource is dining. And dining provides a lot of variety beyond just nutrition. It's also an overall experience. And for our residents, we want them to give us feedback. So we have tasting sessions, and we introduce new items that they can taste, served by one of our talented food service personnel. You can see even for a tasting table, we want to decorate it very lovely and very appealing, because everything we do, we want folks to have an experience. So if you contrast that with someone staying at home and sometimes say, well, I don't want to leave my home. But if they're by themselves, what's the likelihood someone's going to make a good meal for themselves, have the variety that we could offer, or display it in a fashion that's very appealing and makes it an overall experience? The social aspect, and Dr. Olson talked about the potential for isolation, especially in older adults. Well, this is in our corner cupboard or our first floor dining room. Here, this is a typical morning where our residents get together, have a cup of coffee, and socialize. couple of these folks, I do know they have aged since this picture was taken, and so they're not able to get out as much, but we certainly encourage them to. One of the ways we encourage them to in this setting, we offer hot coffee all day long for free for our residents. Then about 2 o'clock, we offer free cookies, hot cookies out of the oven. So that draws a crowd and gets folks socializing over a nice cup of coffee and a hot cookie. Programs. Programs are essential for our resident population. They may be taught by an outside individual, they may be taught by one of our staff members, or by, again, one of our own residents. We use the knowledge and the expertise from our Mayo physicians to incorporate those into our programming to really embed those ideas as we offer programs. Currently, we offer 320 unique programs every year. What that means, every day at Charterhouse, there's between 10 and 12 different choices someone might have to choose for that day. Our residents are busy. We try to avoid that sitting disease by keeping them moving, going to different activities. Fitness for older adults is changing. There's a whole new perspective on fitness. We have a brand new fitness center in our operation. This just shows you some of our residents at their best. We offer 36 programs every week that individuals can choose different types, different levels. And for those individuals that may have some type of mobility challenge in one of our care venues, we take our fitness instructors to them so they can do whatever they can and still remain in their setting. We know by the medical research, and we heard several times, how important physical fitness is for cognitive health and overall well-being. And certainly we practice that each and every day. We also incorporate fitness into social activities, into community. Here's some of our residents raking what we call Central Park, which is right across the street from Charterhouse. Now, many of our residents choose to move from their homes so they don't have to rake or don't have to shovel snow. We get a fair amount in Minnesota. But for these individuals, they have chosen to give back to the community, do a little raking because the park is used by many individuals, and oh, by the way, they're getting some exercise at the same time. Please be assured we do not allow our residents to shovel snow. It's a little bit too hazardous, but they can rake to their heart's content. But we want to change and challenge what fitness looks like and what exercise looks like. This is a picture of our residents and some staff getting ready to participate in a parade. It's at our annual summer festival. It's 2 kilometers, so if you can imagine anywhere between a 65 and 100-year-old out walking a 2-kilometer parade, throwing out candy on a summer day. They have a great time, and they do make it. Those who can't, we do have a bus right with them, so we can always have them hop on the bus if necessary. So this is one of my favorite pictures, and I would ask, if you had 6 90 to 95-year-olds doing the plank, what would you call that? I would, amazing, I would call it inspiring. And yes, these are 6 of our residents, and they are very fit. So they are changing that perspective on aging. Now, if you think about taking a picture, and those of you that do photography, this just didn't happen in one take. So we had a number of challenges, a number of tries, so they were in this position multiple times until we got the perfect picture. So bless their hearts for keeping up with us. So that optimal senior living community offers a wide variety and instills that in their culture within their community. So we offer many opportunities for individuals. And I was talking to someone at lunch today, probably the biggest encourager are their neighbors. It's camaraderie. It's a social event going down to exercise. They're there every morning at 7:30. Then they go have a cup of coffee. And for many of them, as they tell me, they go back to their rooms and take a nap. So food is very important, and it's just beyond the nutrition and how it looks, but it is an experience, and it's a necessity for our residents. This is a great shot of 4 of our residents. All of them came to Charterhouse with a spouse. So over the course of time, their spouse has passed away. And so they have a built-in support group from that Charterhouse friends and family. So here they are enjoying a fine celebration, enjoying one another, and that support continues for the rest of their life, despite perhaps their challenges or what's happened in their personal situation. Here's another shot of one of our catering venues. And in this venue, as you can see, we tried to bring in lots of color and all types of things for celebrations, whether it's for them or for one of our celebrations for Charterhouse. Our residents have high expectations. They're sophisticated. Dr. Hensrud was talking about the various diets. Our residents want Mind Diet experiences. They want the DASH or the Mediterranean, and of course the Mayo Clinic diet to be offered in some way in our menu. So they're expecting that. And with the insights of Dr. Olson and Dr. Hensrud, we've been able to incorporate much of their learnings and teaching and embed those and elevate our programs. It's also important to provide stimulation for our residents, whether that's through cognitive health, whether that's physical, social, spiritual, or emotional, as individuals do lose their friends over time as they live at Charterhouse. But what better way to stimulate our residents than participate in our own chorus, learning new music, and then performing before their neighbors. Over the course of the last 4 years, we've talked to over 90 consultants at Mayo Clinic, trying to gain their expertise and insights about aging so that we can be at the top of our game, top of our field in what we offer and provide to our residents. Intergenerational experiences. We offer events, we bring in school classrooms to experience older adults, and for the older adults to see the children. Many of our residents don't have family, so seeing those children or somebody else's grandchildren or great-grandchildren is very inspiring, and they feel young just by seeing and having the children around. Our culture is really driven by our residents. And these shots depict really what our residents have told us. They're about arts, they're about music. We have some professional musicians as well as professional artists that live at Charterhouse, amongst many other professions. They're a very intellectual group. Dining, from what they've told us and their experiences, but our residents love to throw parties. They love to cater, so they enjoy it with their friends and with their family. Again, they continue living life. And of course, fitness. We tell their stories about what they've done. We show those pictures of residents doing the plank or other types of physical activity. And this is really done on their own. We offer the opportunity, but they take it up and certainly are encouraged by their neighbors. This shows you a shot of our art gallery that we have on the first floor. About 4 years ago, we decided we wanted to bring the community in even a bigger way. So we offer local artists the opportunity to show their artwork for 3 months in our own gallery. So in that way, we bring in the community, they get to see it, they get to interact with our residents. But in the same way, we encourage our residents to go out into the community. We encourage them to volunteer in our hospitals, schools. They may serve on boards, but many of them did that and continued doing that prior to coming to Charterhouse and once they moved in. So the optimal senior community is intentional about it. We feel that's important and we want to provide those experiences and have those included in the resident experience. For staff engagement, when we talk about engagement, we're talking about those positive interactions with our staff members. And here we want those engagements to be personalized. And we follow the teachings of Mayo Clinic with their personal care, the person-centered care, that we will provide the same at Charterhouse. It's about getting to know the residents, their likes, their dislikes, because this is home for them. And the more we know about them and their history, the better equipped we are to help them through their life living at Charterhouse. Our residents are about technology, although there's varying aptitudes and knowledge about technology. Our age range at Charterhouse is from 65 to 108. We have 9 centenarians there. Some are still living independently in their apartments and sharp as a tack. But this just depicts the opportunity for our staff to learn from our residents and for them to learn from us in the ways of technology. So this is one of my favorite residents, and we talked just before coming here to Slovenia. And Herb was an emeritus administrator. He worked at Mayo Clinic as an administrator. And Herb came in independently, and because of his own chronic illness, became disabling. So you can't quite see it here, but he is in a wheelchair. So he's in one of our care venues, but Herb is very cognitively aware. He participates in the lectures, and he's looking for that cognitive stimulation at every turn. So he's not slowing down, at least mentally. Physically, he needs some help, but that's the beauty of this type of environment. So the optimal environment embraces individuals. We're on that journey with them as they live through life and how we can help them through that, through those changes. And when we think of changes, there's a lot of transitions, as I've experienced over the last 14 years, that I've learned from our residents. One of the largest transitions is moving from their home, their freestanding home or apartment, to Charterhouse. That's a huge change. Other changes that can happen if they come in with a spouse, they can become one because their spouse has died, so they become a widow. But they may see changes in their physical abilities, their emotional, their cognitive health, all those transitions. And an optimal senior community, as we try to strive for, has staff that can help them through every one of these transitions as they live at Charterhouse for the rest of their life. So as we take a look at that optimal senior living community, we're looking at optimizing life, living, and lifestyle. We look for what they can do all along the way, not what they can't do. We want to ensure that they have the quality of life that they've expected and that they really deserve from us, being a part of Charterhouse and certainly a part of Mayo Clinic. And with Mayo Clinic, we continue to learn as new practices are taking place. We want to incorporate them, and our residents are looking for those. So we're excited about what the future has to bring. Over 30 years that we've been in operation, we are now seeing individuals come that are second generation. So the sons and daughters of previous residents are now coming to live at Charterhouse, and we believe that's success. So if you're ever in Rochester, Minnesota, please look me up. I'd love to show you Charterhouse, meet some of our residents and some of our amazing staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this very inspirational presentation. Kaj pa se dogaja z našimi možgani, ko se...
What is happening to our brains while we're aging? Even though we know a lot about brains and old brains, we can encounter many wrong data, unrealistic data. Which are the scientific communicational approaches that help us prevent the brain disorders? About this, we'll be talking the next presentation that will be done by Maja Brescianes from the Medical Faculty of Ljubljana. First of all, thank you very much to Dr. Blaznik and Niva for having invited me. It is a great honor for me that I have the possibility to share with you a story that has been developing in the last 30 years, so the time I've been working as a doctor, a little shorter as a neuroscientist and as a teacher. So in the last 15 years this has developed, and through Synapses, Slovene Society for Neuroscience, we are now collecting experiences, my colleagues and myself, in the communication, in our communication, so stories about brains and brain disorders, and to inform the Slovene public. And on the basis of this, the story that I want to share with you today. I would first like to present to you, well, the slides are in English, maybe for a better understanding for our guests from abroad, but even though it would be easier for me to present this in English, I will try to be very clear in Slovene. So a few challenges at the beginning, then some orientation pointers, how we can meet the challenges, and then a proposal, a tentative path forward. So through improved science communication. What are the challenges? The costs for brain disorders are extremely high. It's an extremely high item in the national health budgets. They are also a large emotional, social, not only economic cost for the individual, his environment, and the society as a whole. The data are taken from the research that we have done following a common European methodology, and they speak about the actual numbers valid for Slovenia. But the story is not a local phenomenon. The costs for brain disorders are actually a global problem, and the consequence of what we were talking about yesterday, that lifespan has lengthened so substantially that the projections about how medicine will be meeting the challenges of cardiovascular diseases, cancer, and that will be great. So, and on the basis of that, the lifespan will increase still further. You could say that that is really something very good. We were talking about living 120 years, but what about the quality? That when the situation is such that the last third of our life is led with brains that have less cognitive power, that we are burdened with diseases, degenerative ones, especially the story about neurodegenerative dementia. These are not very hopeful circumstances. The present medicine, again, I would like to put on a hat of a doctor, primarily a doctor, even though I'm not working in the clinic anymore. So looking from that perspective, in the area of neuropsychiatric diseases, neurological diseases, we are still waiting for important breakthroughs that will improve health situation in this area. The only really good chance for these challenges that the brain disorders bring is that we improve something dramatically in the area of primary prevention, so that we decrease the probability of such a thing occurring. How can we tackle that? So here is the story that I would like to share with you, and is based on a research that we carried out that we have been carrying out for 1.5 years. So these are the results that refer to that part of the respondents who declare themselves as lay persons regarding the knowledge of about the brains and knowledge about their health. And so they are neither scientists nor well, they are not scientists, they are lay persons. So how important is for you, how important are for you your brains and their health? 90% of the respondents said very important, or the most important from all other health aspects. How much do they know about what would be beneficial for the brains? And how important are the measures that have been listed on that are on this page? And these are the factors that we discussed. A great share is here diet, movement, exercise, proper sleep. So a large number voted for these three options as being the most important, and not as only as important, but also as effective measures for reducing the occurrence of the diseases were the same measures that I have just mentioned. So those were the things that they would take into account to prevent everything from headache, dementia, stroke, sleep disorders, and so on. So where do we get the information about what is good for our health? People rely on the media. So the sources of information from TV, public media like magazines and newspapers, and lately more and more the internet. And when we asked what was for them, what were the obstacles when they were looking for information, so a large percentage recognized the problem in the distrust of the information that they encounter when looking for information about the brain. Why is the situation such that people have difficulties using the available information in various information media? There are several reasons, but one of them is very typical for modern times, and it can be defined globally. That we are a bit distrustful vis-a-vis science, and Dr. Gavanda says science is not really what has been intuitively put in our cradle, but scientific way of thinking and checking the assumptions is not something that is close to our intuition. We actually need to learn the approach where the assumptions are being tested, and only on the basis of these tests do we then decide about which information is worthy of our attention and which not. And illustrative cases are when in the past it was so that the religion told us, and on the basis of intuition we thought was right, that the sun rotates around the earth and that we will catch cold if we go out in the cold. So things like that, we can accept this on an intuitive level, but if we put this into a scientific context, this is only an assumption that needs to be tested. Checking or reviewing is the heart of science research. But different from the large part of biomedical researches where we're researching a new medicine, so where we can check this using a scientific method, but it is in all areas of primary prevention this more difficult because of the tests that would be necessary, that certain primary prevention measures would or do have long-term effects. There are several problems, but still the scientific method and setting certain assumptions, and testing them should be the basis of whether we will accept certain information or not. The use of science sometimes contributes to the fact that the public, when we talk about the lack of trust about the information that we get, so in some cases the science then is being questioned. One of the latest cases, when New England Journal of Medicines published an article, a research, where they said that the Mediterranean diet was a good one. So because of a methodological mistake that was there present, they published it again. There was really no... Oh, I haven't used up my time yet. Good. So the only thing that was worth mentioning here, and it was really a sensation, was that the study on the positive effects of Mediterranean diets, that it was removed because it was not completely valid. Scientists have a lot of work in this process. Science is a human endeavor that is subjected to all the prejudices present in all our work. So, with this slide I want to say that we have to be aware how incomplete is our human factor, and that we are trying to systematically reduce the element of prejudice in the implementation and interpretation of scientific results of research. There are tendencies, especially when politics take over some scientific information, and then they set the whole scientific production under question, and additional interests there become an important lever for social movements that oppose science. On the other hand, we have support of a large part of the society that even went out on the streets to march for science, so that the truth should not be covered. But scientists still have to be aware of the potential prejudices, and that we need to eliminate them systematically. And we shouldn't forget how to approach how to inform the public about the results in an unemotional and objective as well as sincere way. Unless we do this, we leave a gap there, and then those who design the opinions and so on and others will take over and will impact the way people want to decide for their own health. So our task is very simple. We need to do better research, we need to communicate better how we do it, and through both of these we need to help the public to be empowered with the information, and in this way they can be more responsible for their better health. Now a few slides as to how we approach this. In the hub Zdrava Glava, so healthy head, we are responsible for the new generation of experts of different sectors that will read this professional literature critically and will train themselves as to how they will be explaining things to themselves and to the widest public. We do this under the mentorship of senior scientists who help the young ones in their development. We work together with graphic designers and IT experts, and together we set up a strategy, and we have this academic sphere and industrial partner, not only the IT people. Industry partner also joined us, and they are already carrying out 24A live programs. So we all now are responsible for this care or health. And we've here also invited the public personalities that can help us spread the knowledge. We inform and want to empower and motivate people to insist on these changes in their behavior in order to achieve better health. This is the web of Zdrava Glava, and now we want to get feedback information of the users, and we are presenting the process of the research in a very open and sincere way. And one of the questions that helps us, of things that help us here, is that we ask the known researchers the basic questions. Why science? So why should the public decide about their health on the basis of scientific findings? We cover 5 areas: sleep, diet, spare time. We try brain activities. We try to introduce some humor. So try and practice those mental activities that you want to keep. And with graphic design, we want to give some more support to the information. We still want to train and educate people, and the concepts that are introduced to the public are explained, at least we try to explain them. Time for exercise is an indicator of connection with platform life that leads the users of our web to the direct implementation for their health. So these are the owners of our work. So ask not what your brain can do for you, ask what you can do for your brain. The vision is to find partners that could enable a sustainable development of such an approach in iteration that would be better than now with this prototype, to integrate our platform into education and public health system, and systematically through time evaluate how successful we are in our work. Thank you.
Hvala lepa, Maja.
Thank you very much, Maya. How do preventive programs affect the immune system for less diseases in mature years? Alois Ihan, Medical Faculty, University of Ljubljana. Professor Ihan, we are curious what needs to be done to maintain our immune system in mature years as well. Hello, everybody. When talking about the immune system, we have often heard often that with ages the immune system and its function weakens, and the nasty effects are that the older we are, the more infectious infections are there. We also have autoimmune diseases, increased cancer incidence, and the vaccination response differs. Drugs are registered after testing them on young people, healthy people, but when we apply them on the elderly population, they function differently or they don't function. Our immune system can be divided into two parts. One is older in terms of evolution. We call it inflammation. This is the system that causes inflammation, and thus we get rid of the infection. Another system developed later on in our evolution. Antibodies are generated, and with age there are fewer modern cells, and our defense against infection is again taken over by the evolutionary older system. If we fight the inflammation, then this means damage to our tissue, scars, and this is incompatible with longer life. So we would only live 15 to 20 years. This is why lymphocytes were developed that help us get rid of infection. With the aging of immune system, it is important to mention that obviously we have this program inside our immune system. This modern immune system can take 30 to 40 years. The basic organ producing lymphocytes, T cells, is the thymus. In child, it covers almost the entire heart, and after the age of 25, we are almost without thymus. We can only rely on our memories, remembering the infections we have gone through the first 25 years. The longer we live on memories, the less appropriate these memories are, the less they fit subsequent infections. The world has been changing, and so do infections. Through time, we are poorer at defending ourselves, and after the age of 25, we practically have no thymus anymore. And this is irreparable. It means that somehow the immune system is programmed for a much more limited period of time than we would want to believe. So what is aging? This is a very good definition. Aging is a process of irreversible changes, and inflammation contributes a lot to aging. This is an old belief. This was an article published at the end of 2017. This article showed that the Amish, a community from the States, among them, well, those who have a genetic disease live 10 years longer. To be more specific, this is the gene activator of inhibitors of plasmogene. These are actually patients They bleed often, they have very thin skin. If they have only half of this inflammation product, with only half of this inflammation product, they live longer. Talking about those without genetic disease or disorder. For our longevity, we would want to have this disorder. We have too much inflammation product for living long. Why? Because we haven't been programmed to live up to the age of 80. Because with this inflammation product we live well up to 40, and then we should inhibit half of this inflammation product and live longer. These are the significant differences between those with the genetic disorder and those who don't. So they are not fat, they do not suffer from hypertension, no diabetes. Thus, we would wish to have this genetic disorder. Because of both genes are okay, we generate too much inflammation. What has this study showed? So this is the difference in survival. This study shows that the inflammation is actually preventing us from living longer, but we cannot even live without inflammation. So through inflammation we get rid of infections. If we didn't have inflammation, then we wouldn't have infections, then the life of experimental mice is longer by 1/3. If we damage our immune system, we live longer. These are the mice. Rapamycin was used, drug used when organs are transplanted. Mice being administered this drug live significantly longer than the mice without immunosuppressors. These mice have to be bred in sterile conditions. If we want to live long, we would have to live in sterile environment without our immune system. This proves that the immune system, with the inflammation it causes, harm us in the long run. And this is why among the main markers of aging are inflammation indicators. If we have increased inflammation cytokines, we damage our tissues more, and it's negative for our survival. These are the main biomarkers for healthy aging. Briefly only, the more lymphocytes we have, the younger we are, and the more inflammation substances we have, the older we are biologically, immunologically. What does this mean? By aging, we have fewer lymphocytes. Because of that, lymphocytes do not do what their purpose is: reaction to vaccines with antibodies. A huge difference between the black, young people after vaccination, and these empty are the older ones. after vaccination, younger people develop a lot of antibodies, and the elderly population develops fewer antibodies. And this suggests that they are poorly protected against infection. Young people who are physically fit develop or react better to vaccination compared to young people who sit a lot. And the same applies to old people. The gap is even wider. Older population sitting a lot develop poorer reaction and fewer antibodies after vaccination. Why is there this lack of lymphocytes? Because the bone marrow starts to degenerate with age, and therefore erythrocytes are produced, thrombocytes, and the bone marrow generates fewer lymphocytes. And the key cytokine that promotes lymphocytes is the so-called IL-7 that's used in many clinical studies. So maybe we could use it to restore immune cells. Elderly population, there is another funny phenomenon that help us define the age. Cytomegalovirus, living in most of us. We get it in kindergarten already. There are many theories saying that we developed a very kind symbiosis, that it is beneficial for us in early years. Unfortunately, this does not help us in the second part of our life. Cytomegalovirus encourages lymphocytes too much to reproduce, but they have a limited number of reproduction. In the second half, this cytomegalovirus can attack our immune system. It's a good marker, though, for old immune system. This is the resistance to the virus of influenza. The older we are, the closer we are to infants. Infants have difficulty developing antibodies for influenza. The response to influenza then improves, and in old age there are fewer antibodies despite vaccination. Why doesn't vaccination work? Because although an older person is vaccinated, the quantity of lymphocytes is insufficient, and the effect of vaccination is much lower than when a young person is vaccinated. Three types of influenza: young person, older person, and the quantity of antibodies generated. an older person responds with fewer antibodies, and this is why vaccination is poorly efficient. The question is whether these results mean that it's no use vaccinating the elderly population. Yet the studies prove or show that with the elderly, vaccination is not that effective, and this is why we need to vaccinate several times. If we, after the first immunization, there is a 9% reduction of mortality in all people's homes. With the second or repeat immunization, the vaccination is effective in 75% of people. And this is why industry started to produce special vaccines for the elderly. They contain more viruses of influenza. So in this case, one vaccination does not have to be repeated. A parallel study carried out in the States and in Japan, they established the efficiency of vaccination against influenza. In the States, they vaccinated the elderly population, while in Japan, they vaccinated children in families where the elderly also lived. In the States, the mortality was not reduced, whereas in Japan, where they vaccinated children surrounded by the elderly, the mortality was significantly reduced. We can conclude what was it all about. Elderly have a greatest risk or a greater risk of mortality. For most of the transmissions to the elderly, it is children who are responsible. Grandmas and grandpas, when their grandchildren get sick in kindergartens, which is most probable, parents don't have time to take sick leave, so these bioterrorists are then sent to their grandparents. And grandparents, although they were vaccinated, maybe this was not efficient, and they get ill and bear the consequences. Similarly to pneumococcal vaccines, we wish to prevent pneumonia, but this vaccination is not as effective as with young people on the basis of whom the drug was registered. Again, we follow the same phenomenon. It is most beneficial if we vaccinate not only the elderly, but in particular children who live in the vicinity of the elderly. So for the elderly, it is important that those who live near them are also vaccinated. What vaccines are recommended for the elderly population? Tetanus and other diseases, pertussis. All these vaccines have to be applied on the elderly. it was established that the elderly tend to get infected with certain diseases. So this is our healthcare system. Each healthcare system should design a vaccination policy so that the elderly are vaccinated, and if it has to be paid by the user, it is important to make sure that all these costs are reimbursed to the elderly. Until we get there, it is important that companies finance the vaccination of their elderly employees. This is what we do at the medical faculty in Ljubljana. Those aged 50 plus are vaccinated. People feel that somebody is taking care of them, and it's very beneficial. Less sick leave and absenteeism. What can be done? As mentioned already, one of the perspectives is to stimulate thymus with cytokines. This procedure is already being tested. Maybe this will lead to better response in the elderly population. Introduction of all vaccines that are possible. We need to vaccinate the elderly and those living with them. Slovenes pick up mushrooms, go to forests a lot, and there is a threat of the ticks, infected ticks. So vaccination is a wise decision. After the age of 50, people start to go into forests more often. At the same time, the forms of this disease get more severe. Meningoencephalitis. If we add this up, it is in the interest of the state to finance the vaccination of all people aged 50 and more. Thank you very much.
Hvala lepa, profesor Ihan.
Thank you very much to Professor Ihan. And the last panel in this panel, the last lecture is how can physical exercise impact longevity? Hello everybody. Since you've been sitting for such a long time, I would like, since I come from sports field, to ask you to stand up. Now, if you stand quietly, it's worse than sitting. You have to move your feet. And when you do that, you start using the muscle pump that pushes blood back in the body. So you don't stand still, but you help with movement, you help your heart to move, you can move your shoulders back, you activate the muscles of your back, and you stretch your front muscles. And 1 minute is enough to achieve the result of having moved, so you can sit back now. A lot has been said about longevity. Many factors are connected with longevity. In the lectures today, we've seen that lifestyle is one of the more important factors, the quality of health care, education, and so on. I'd like to say a few words about how movement activities are connected with longevity. We know that movement is considered as a prevention activity for chronic illnesses, that the movement exercises have become part of rehabilitation after injuries of the movement apparatus. So, exercise actually has the potential to impact longevity because it makes us healthier. If we look at the typical epidemiological studies, we could quickly find out that those who don't move a lot have higher risk for early death. Here you can see, the more intensely you have this physical exercise, the less risk for death. So movement activity could then be connected with longevity, if this is so. Risk indices. So the question now is, when do we exercise? The research tells us that what you were doing some time ago does not impact whether you will increase or decrease the risk for longevity. But what you have been doing lately doesn't make any difference. So the activity that you are doing at the end is more important for a longer life than what you were doing in the past. If we look at the study, so what's the difference whether you were active 5 years before you actually died? And it showed that if the activities 5 years ago and you have kept these activities, your early death will not change. You will keep on living. If you did not do exercises, then the risk doubled for early death. If you stopped exercising, for example, 5 years ago you were exercising and now you are not, maybe you have there is still some protection from the past, but you cannot rely on the active life when you were young, because that does not impact life later on. So what is worth doing? That if you were not active, that you become active. So if you have to be active, it's best that you're active all through. But activity at the last point, the latest activity, is the best. So it means become active as soon as possible if you aren't active anymore. The next story. If you do exercise, what and how should you do things? Here is a story about the intensity of the exercise. Here we have 5 grades or classes of intensity. So if you have here 13, so the left column are the really strong ones. So these are healthy people. It's obvious that the risk for early death is much higher, 3 to 6, 7 times than with those who are very active. So the more active you are, the more intense the movement is, the smaller is the risk for early death. And if we have chronic problems, the story is the same. Here, most active, smallest risk. By decreasing the activity of exercise, the risk for death increases. So what does this all tell us? The ability of the capacity of using the oxygen is one of the key factors that you could connect with a lesser risk for early death. The next factor is the extent or the scope of exercise. How much do we exercise? The starting point is a sitting person, 130 calories weekly. But if you use 1,500, 2,000, 3,000 for movement, not for the basic metabolism, then you can see that the risk factors decrease. Yes, which means that you are more and more on the safe side. The difference between men and women, with women this trend is more obvious, but the fact is that the effect is such that the more you exercise, the better. If you look at two things together, what does it mean? Intensity and the scope, or the amount. The risk is the smallest, so most intense and longest lasting, which means the more the better. This is true. Here is some other research that tells us that we can set up a peak. So 12,000, it's the same story as earlier with the calories. With 3,000 calories we see a decline, and then the rest is a plateau. So when we have the smaller amounts, this is useful, but if it's a lot more, we will not be preventing early death. So the runners here. The runners who are not runners at all, that run slowly, run fast, run a lot, and they saw the following: a U form, which means that there is an area where prevention before the early death is such that the more is not necessarily the better. Research is different. We do not have a uniform answer as to what is best. In spite of this, let us try and make a summary. Well, movement activities. Movement inactivity causes 9% of all deaths around the world. And if we try and assess how much the movement activities can increase life, is 3.7 years. This is high intense exercise. So if 120 years then is not such a crazy period that we would want to really work for. The question is, how much movement can a human being actually perform? So those of us who are maybe a little older can remember these two persons from a humorous series. One is a chauffeur, the other one is a conductor. They were doing a study of cardiovascular diseases with London bus drivers and conductors, and they saw that the drivers die more frequently than the conductors. So the activity in life is an important factor in this mortality or dying story. So that in year 1953, this factor is present already at the beginning when they became employed. So the input conditions impact the final result, because the drivers, when they started their profession, were a little more obese. So we need to know what we began with. Then we could really know what our activity means for the final result. So, which means that epidemiological studies have a great problem. So to reduce this starting point problem, they made studies on twins. Twins have in the starting point the same genetic potential. So their life experience, lifestyle can show us if their lifestyle impacted or not the changes in the behavior and other things of the twins. So in one study they wanted to identify these things. So we have monozygote and the other one of the twins was inactive what movement is concerned, and the other one was very active. They tried to establish how that impacted early death. You can see it's quite substantial, the difference, namely. With monozygotic twins, the identical twins, it was the same, whether you were active or inactive, which now throws very strange light on the results from before. So if you have good genetic material, you don't need to train. Let's look at the rats now, the rats. The genetic studies are much more controlled when performed on animals. So these are now rats that have a low capacity for running, and the other one had a high one. One has low anaerobic strength and the other one had high. And then they tried to connect this with the length of life. From these lines we can see that this connection between how much oxygen one is able to use and the length of life is linearly connected. Aerobic strength is one of the basic parameters as to how long we will live. And studies on animals confirm that. This is especially interesting. If we look at the size of this connection, these are the younger rats, the oldest ones. With younger ones it's lower, which means with the older we are, the connection with aerobic strength is important. So again, if we go back, it's important what you do and how you are at the end. This brings us to the idea or question. We already know that this inherited strength is important. Now, if we increase this later through life with aerobic exercises, does this have the same effect? Unfortunately, I cannot provide an answer because the research does not give a uniform answer. So in truth, we can see that the story about lengthening of our life with movement at the very moment on very unstable feet. But if we look at the quality, there is no dilemma at all. As far as quality is concerned, sport pays, especially the movement activities. Let me finish at this point.
Hvala lepa, profesor Strojnik.
Thank you, Professor Strojnik. I think you have convinced us. We will try to remain active, to enjoy quality old age. Now the last bit, a very interesting round table, and then the last act of the second day of the 8th International Symposium. Once again, let me remind you, those who want to get the points in the field of health and safety at work, and those listening to the interpretation are kindly asked to return the headset. With the round table, we somehow wanted to sum up the silver thread of this 8th International Symposium, to share some concrete examples of best practice, what each individual can do for better tomorrow at home and at work. And this also contributes to healthier public finance. I would like to talk to 3 representatives I have managed to work with: Mrs. Romina Volušček, Simona Šolinić, and Aljaž Godec. While you are coming, I have a question. What do they have in common? A psychologist, HR head, and a physiotherapist. We will spend 30 minutes together, but we also have in common the story I talked about, namely about what we did well and concrete in our communities. Again, I forgot my pointer. A lot of challenges, namely who to start with. Let me first introduce you. Aljaž. Let me start with Aljaž. He's an HR head employed in a pharmaceutical company, Lek. He's been with Lek for 6 years. He deals with talent hunting, focusing on soft competencies and performance management. Before he joined Lek, he worked in an interesting company, Akrapovic. I met Aljaž when, together with Lek, we decided to cooperate in the field of strengthening resilience. Aljaž will share his experience and maybe provide an idea regarding how to introduce novelties in companies. Simona is a journalist coming from Novi Tednik and Radio Celje. Simona covers the area of health, and her favorite area is prevention. She's the initiator of various activities, losing weight. This was the reason why I got to know her, and when we tried to come up with new ideas to design a better lifestyle of the participants, and this will be the main discussion. Simona, welcome. And the last, Romina Volušček, a physiotherapist from the nursing home in Nova Gorica. You celebrated the 10th anniversary last year. When you ask the residents who Romina is, they will say that she is the heart and the soul of this home. She says that she wants the residents to really feel comfortable at home. They also promote intergenerational cooperation, and their door is always open to children. Romina says that this nursing home is really a home. Nice furniture, a dog, I'm glad that Romina will be able to share their experience, namely how to take care of the autumn of life. She will also present a nice project we worked on together. Now I know how to start. Me and Simona, our experience. You are a journalist. How did you get around health and healthy lifestyle? Welcome on my behalf. This was a very interesting experience. Journalists usually know what our readers want more. It's crime and Black Chronicle. I often covered crime, but then you get angry because people prefer crime stories to reading what benefits them, what brings something positive. So this was an interesting turning point over the weekend, the 12th of May. It's the International Day of Nurses, and I was so happy because this news was most often clicked compared to other stories on the internet. Yes, people read about health, but they want the right information. And this is why I entered this area. In Novi Tednik, you organize the Academy of Healthy Life for a number of years. So you assisted people to get some results. Then the project was expanded. So how did you come up with this idea so that you publicly promote and show the progress of individual participants? If you had asked me 5 years ago whether I would be sitting surrounded by these experts coming from everywhere and the Mayo Clinic. For 13 years, together with the Public Health Institute, Mrs. Ergin was a part of this activity, and we organized losing weight activity. Later on, we wanted to get rid of this term on a diet or losing weight. This is where the team of 24 Alive joined us. My wish came true, so we upgraded our campaign. So a person in this modern world should be looked at holistically. We had another campaign. We searched for a partner. We identified this professional team of 24A Life. It's not only the kilos that you get rid of. Losing weight is only the consequence. We learned about the basics, the values of people, so that the participants understood at the end that it was not about losing weight. People registered and we had an interview with them, and one of the ladies said, "I'm so glad that about this project. It's not about the kilos you lose." She was thin, no problems being overweight, but she said, "I wanted to learn how to live healthily." Let's take a look at the statements or testimonials of these participants. This lady, Irina Božić, she touched me really. She actually covered the essence of our project. She had no problems being overweight, but she learned how to exercise, how to design meals. So you really get enthusiastic when you see how much you have changed their lives, not only of these individuals, but of the whole family. And the knowledge spreads. So we cannot say that we only helped and changed life of 11 participants. This was the exercise. Mateusz Klauze from our team who showed the exercises, professionally run exercise. Mateusz is a great expert. Did they complain about being pushed too hard? No. He maintained professionalism and the level that is important. We did not only practice inside, indoors, we also went outside, running, and what is most important, it's important to know how you can perform these activities free of charge in nature. Yes, it was interesting. This is our doctor, Darja Krumpak. We invited her again. She joined us with great enthusiasm. Occupational medicine outpatient clinic. She measured key parameters, blood tests, blood pressure was measured so that we could monitor the changes. And we meet again in autumn and we'll repeat the examination and we'll see what we have really taught them. Damjana Presečnik from your team, 24 Alive. I'm really grateful. She taught us some details. We decided not to count calories, but it is important to know how to design a meal. And when I meet the participants nowadays, they are happy to tell me that they always check the nutrition facts when they go shopping. When Damjana passes by, we all eat apples. Another comment by Natasha Loyen. Natasha was an interesting person. When I talked to her after this campaign, I can say that she is a unique phenomenon. What I personally liked in this group was that they cooperated in a holistic manner. Psychology was one of the bases. We had psychological workshops, psychology, diet, sports, and then they also exercised. And the application, of course, guided them at home. Damjana was one of the participants. We prepared healthy snacks. So Damjana, our psychologist, knew who needed more motivation, so they agreed to motivate certain individuals more. And we stuck to the rule. No personal data was used. Nobody was exposed to the level to be recognized or identified. So it was a project that was most important and what we could share with people, with listeners and readers. What about the response of the public? People clicked well, and I'm glad in particular because in a relatively short period of time, together with the Academy, we managed to change the mindset of people. Now they know. Well, being on a diet is something that belongs to the past. People now understand why they need to exercise, why they need to have a certain number of meals. In the past, people used to say, it's January, I have to implement my New Year's resolutions, or it's about, so we are approaching summer, I need to lose weight. So people started to exercise, or at least started to consider this idea. One of your lecturers presented the survey on how much the public trust the media. I will simplify. Somebody can write something on Facebook, anything. These social networks are the media, and it is the task of the journalist to verify the information he or she came across on the Facebook. But it's a question whether people will believe me, because it's an era of fake news. Journalists have been burned out, and it's difficult to get 5 journalists to attend this kind of event. Something happens, you go and see, and then write an article. This space is really destroying us. I was thinking about whether this project should be carried out through a larger medium. But no, there should be something that will drag people, that will attract people. Such campaigns can fail, but if we work with local community, we know these people, and you can touch them. And people get a story from you in a different manner. I love working for a smaller medium. I have a better access to stories, and people have a better access to us. Not to only describe the project, let us serve the participants with some figures. Minus 40 kilos. This was a story of a lady. We have already invited her to join us next time. It's Tamara. She's 30-ish. She was the only one who really was overweight. In the first season, she lost 20 kilos and now 20 more kilos. And she really sticks to all pieces of advice obtained at the Academy. No health issues, but her colleague lost the same number of kilos, but he ended up with major health issues as well. So there is a huge difference. Tamara wants to continue losing weight, and I'm absolutely sure she will make it. This is the movement of the group during the 90 days. They all improved the body mass index, fat improved, and muscles increased. Altogether, the team lost, the team of 11 lost 63.7 kilos. They added 2.12% of muscle mass, and they lost 5.39% fat loss. They never complained. And I would like to share this comparison with the first generation with 20 participants. So a massive loss of kilos, some 200 kilos lost. But this is completely different from our campaign. Most of them who participated in the past, well, they competed who would lose more. And when we met them after a year or two, almost everybody gained weight back. But with the Healthy Lifestyle Project, this effect cannot be observed. Thank you, Simona. Now this was the introduction into stress. Another photo. After this introduction, and Simona, prior you mentioned that journalists are also under stress, and we concluded everybody is under stress. Then, Aliaj, how come you decided to invest into soft competencies so much? I would like to welcome you. If the company is serious about mental health and its promotion of employees, then this has to be integrated into the culture, values and purpose. In Novartis, well, our culture is based on curious, co-managerial and inspired culture. It means that we all have to strive for empowered colleagues so that the heads are able to identify the potential in their co-workers. We are compassionate, and this is in line with our mission. A lot of activities are performed within our program. Health prevention that can be divided into several sets. One of them is sustainable performance. It includes a lot of training courses offered to our participants. The right energy consumption, correct diet, further on a lot of training regarding sleep. Yesterday, my colleagues told me, because I wasn't here, this was mentioned, we work on prevention. We want our colleagues to be aware of how important it is to help each other, to be compassionate and to work on prevention so that our abilities are at the highest level possible. We have exercises that are run, that are guided. We also wish to attract those who have not started. We discuss the content on and the way we would exercise together. In our company, we have fitness available to everybody. We also provide subsidized exercise such as swimming, running, guided exercise. We wish to engage as many people as possible Stress as such, whether we want it or not, it's an integral part of our life, so we have to manage it. Your platform is one of the tools. You show very nicely how we follow the concept on a daily basis. They are the result of research of Mayo Clinic. Mayo Clinic is one of the leading ones globally, and if we follow these 5 aspects of mental health, I believe we are able to build our mental health, and we set an example to others. And this example definitely attracts. Between the first and the second training course, there were 4 months, and I could see that the employees actually followed the concepts. I had this honor to be with you. I was most impressed by the question from your colleagues. They asked me, what can we discuss at the second event? What we as leaders can do at this level so that we recognize the deficits in our inferiors. Is this related to the climate in your company or culture? I would say it's the culture. Our culture and your tool, your principles fit and somehow are compatible. Our heads are aware that only an empowered employee can be successful at work in their environment. So they try to identify different ways of helping them. Values and behavior are integrated. It's not only important what you achieve, but how you achieve it. In the final assessment of your performance, this is also important. So this is one of the key moments. And the heads, who are those who serve their teams, know that only a satisfied and committed employee can be well-performing and satisfied. I looked through my eyes. I don't know how difficult it was for you. Everything was relatively simple. We agreed on the time, we fixed it, and then simply everybody came. And prior to the workshop, they gladly came to listen to the presentation of the content. Statistical data was extremely encouraging. Did you make such effort? Were we so interesting, or was it both? Never in these 4 months I asked them to be active or to regularly come and follow the application. Probably it is a part of sincere interest in these topics. There are also topics that the heads discuss on a daily basis when dealing with the management of their people. We tend to pay a lot of attention to their ambitions. People want to work in a relaxed atmosphere where they can express their potential. In our unit of biological drug development, there are different doctors, very innovative. Great, yes. If we now take a look at what we did so that our participants will imagine. So we are talking about 4 months. We met at a workshop where we presented the idea, what the idea of the management is, what the benefits are, and then they volunteered. Yes, they responded. All those who were at this first meeting. Then there was the first workshop on stress management, how to identify it. We filled out the resilience questionnaire at the level of the group, what the level of resilience is, and then we left them on their own with the program. I sent them 2 nice mails, and then we had the second workshop where we discussed the communication, what competencies they have acquired. We also included how to help the inferiors. Again, we filled out the resilience questionnaire. Aliaj, you were also a participant. As an individual, how did you experience it, this program? I was really glad to follow new videos being published about stress management, not only how to be more successful or better performing in your company at the workplace. So what are the methods that help us manage our stress? To quiet our mind, to pay more attention to each other, to better understand each other. All these areas are the ones that touch upon all of us every day. It's easy to understand. It was very interesting and quality structured. I can view all these videos on the application when I have this need, or I share it with people who are in the same situation. One of your colleagues came up with the idea, so what she wanted to implement on her own could be implemented in her department. Now they are filling a glass of gratitude. Who and how much you are grateful. So what was our first finding? It's no surprise that the group was relatively well prepared. Physical resilience was at a high level, but at the end, we have reached a 4.7% improvement of the physical fitness. I like these results. But what did people tell you? Did you talk about this? As mentioned before, there are a number of topics that we have come across so far. We had training courses, workshops, and so on. What was important to us was the structure, how convincingly the content was presented. What is interesting is that the group was composed of the senior management and their colleagues also being heads. These people are subject to stress. They have a very high level of responsibility at workplace. So this piece of information was very interesting, very high. But then this increase shows that once you are high, it's difficult to take bigger steps. But you go step by step. Positive. Thank you, Aliaj. Your colleagues then said, well, in this lake we talk a lot, but from time to time it's worth being reminded because you can get back on track. This initiative about gratitude, appreciation, we have this special board of appreciation. Colleagues can write about who they are grateful to and what for. Okay, thank you. Now, Romina. Old People's Home with a capital letter.
The strategy in our home for the seniors is such that we want them to feel that that was their home. 10 years ago we had the opening. It was a very modern, very simple furniture, no warmth, it was rather cold. So we tried to eliminate that, and we started bringing into the home the things they liked. For example, old furniture that they used when they were young. We, as the employees there, actually represented the family that they didn't have, because the relatives were all very busy in everyday life. So we were the ones who were there to give them the warmth, the possibility to talk about things. We have some pets. We have 2 cats, 1 dog. A dog has its own corner where it can sort of have its peace, but can move around the whole place. And then you also have lots of activities. It looks very lively at your place. Well, maybe it's part of my nature as when talking about myself, but really nobody is bored in our place. We have a lot of activities such as movement activities, exercises with big and small therapeutic balls. We're using them also in some other way. We have a choreography and we beat on them as music. So we have adapted dancing, we have singing, intergenerational socializing, and together with the municipality of Brda we organize an open day. So for example, once a year we have an open day for all the inhabitants of Brda, and for next year we, as the residents of our home, visit other places. A project that we implemented together, so Project 24 Our Life Seniors, where with physical exercises we wanted to improve the physical state of your residents. And let's have a look at what this was like. What do I have to press? Okay, if you can find the right one, then let's stick with this one. Okay. This is nice slide. This is the result of the project that we're talking about. This is a lady after a heart attack. She was helped by you. The story started like this. We had in our in our clinic Dr. Kona and Mr. Janusz Blaznik, and he told us about the research institute in Žalec. And he offered us to join this project 24-hour Life Senior, and we were very enthusiastic about it. And during this time, this lady here came to us. She was in hospital when her state stabilized, but couldn't go home, so she came to us. She's really younger compared to others, but everybody simply left her. But I said to myself, this woman should not stay in bed permanently. We started with exercises. We took the exercises from the project 24-hour Life, and the exercises here are especially designed for seniors. And with Mr. Gerial, we did the exercises on a daily basis, and the woman today lives at home independently with her husband. She comes to our daily center, and once a week she comes to our center to have a laugh. So she tries to keep up this social side. A very successful story from the project. So let's have a look at the beginning. This is now the picture I was looking for earlier. She's really independent now. At home, she cooks, she walks. She has a special support, and I'm really proud. I'm really proud. Brace. So she was very happy when I told her that we'll play a video about her. No, she had brain stroke, not heart attack. So these are really beautiful stories, and really one can achieve and change a lot if one really listens to the person. Let's go back to this home with the capital letter. So we found here a short film. This is now the exercise we do. This is now show how we do this exercise. These are the residents with dementia, and we established that the 28 residents that we have can all move, which means they're constantly moving, they're rather nervous. And when we put this on the video and they look at they get the balls, they calm down, they follow the instructions, they feel well, and it's good for me as well because I can approach to somebody who is incapable of doing the exercise, and then I help him. This is our dog, Aika. Rumina, Professor Strojnik ended with the words that sport is worthwhile, if not for longevity, for the quality of life. So what would you advise us to do for our grandparents and parents and for us? Well, to laugh. This is my answer, to laugh. You can get as many exercises on the market as you want to, but the right exercises, the right activity is the one that makes us happy and that we want to do it. And that is the exercise that will bring results. If we have to go somewhere because we have to go, there will be no results. What about the motivation? Do you have to motivate them a lot? Colleagues, well, I told the residents that when I told them that they will be videotaped, they all came in better clothes. No, they're well motivated themselves. I am alone in the house for this exercise, so I always have to be there if we do and when we do the exercises. They feel well because they recognize they can still do certain things themselves. Those who moved with great difficulty, they see that they can gain some strength. They try and help us, and they realize that certain transfer is easily achievable. Now, I would just like you to give us a final concluding thought. Simona, your appeal to other journalists, how can you make more faces of happy smiles? Absolutely. What I want to say that this story that I just heard is really a nice one. You're really home with the capital. So you cannot but simply be happy about these stories, how they can turn for the good. So what can I say at the end? I wish that as a society we would always have time for people, for health, for such good symposiums, for listening here. Not only the journalists, but all of us. When people start listening, they listen till the very end. And when you come home in the evening and you ask yourself, who am I? Without my work, without the load on my back, and when you answer, the best possible answer is, if health is part of the answer, if health is part of the answer, only then can you fall asleep quietly and have the energy in the next day. And as my neighbor said, a laugh is necessary. We don't hug enough one another. So I'm very happy about such talks, and you learn about such experiences that make you very positive, and you get a lot of positive energy. So you smile for the people who had the opportunity to experience that. I really had to say all that.
Aljaž, kaj pa bi...
Aljaž, what would you advise our colleagues that deal with people on a daily basis, and we try to convince them, and it's not so easy to convince them? So what would you suggest and advise the people from the companies, from the HR departments? Is it worth to invest the effort? How to do it? This is absolutely something that is our mission, if I'm looking from the aspect of my profession, that we create the environment where all our employees feel well, but only every single one of us can do that by himself. So we move the focus for some time, so for 2 minutes, for example, and we are attentive to our colleague. We listen to him, and out of this a relationship ensues, and this is a good foundation for trust. And in this way we respect one another and can also encourage one another. That really is worthwhile. Makes a difference in today's environment and at the tempo that we live in. And Romina, and your concluding thought? We have an old saying on the door: day without love is like the sky without birds. So they say that laughing is half health, the rest is movement and diet. Thank you, Romina. So I don't want to add anything more, but it won't be so difficult to laugh. So thank you very much for your presence at this symposium on lifestyle and well-being. I hope we are an inspiration for others as well. Thank you.
Hvala. In s tem je naš mednarodni simpozij.
And we're almost at the very end. I am inviting the director to come, Janez Uplesnik and colleague Monica. Today you can tell me how many prizes there are. So 5 more, 5 prizes for the ones who are here until the very last. 17, sorry. So healthy habits, that's the prize. 93 healthy habits. No more healthy habits. We have psychological resilience, 32.
Bravo.
$29. Resilience too. And the main prize, so plan of promotion at work, 88. So this is not inspection control, even if Mr. Brezigar will be with us. Stays with us. So congratulations to all of you, those who got the prizes, those who stayed with us. And before we end the 8th symposium, I would like to invite the director and the main organizer, Mr. Uplesnik, to give us a few concluding words. Thank you. Thank you for being so good to be with us. I'm glad that we have now carried out a symposium even better than the ones before. So, a good symposium because of the stories we've heard here and future stories that we will hear in the future. Thank you. I hope to see you next year, if not before. Until then, we'll try and put together and bring together even more of such stories. Thank you very much.
Ja.